What's up, gang? How we doing? How we hanging? What's the world like out there? Oh, I got my fucking, I got my alpha male shirt on. Cause we're locked in, bitch. We're locked in. We're ready to fucking go. I got my cross. I got my alpha male shirt. God damn it, man. Fuck me, dude. Life is so beautiful. What are you guys saying? What's the world up to, huh? What's chat saying? Prepared. I am on my retarded till I do. Hell yeah, brother. Oh man, live is beautiful as well. I can't disagree. I can't deny. We're gonna change things up today. This is so annoying. Camera. And my camera's on my monitor. Right below my monitor is my viewfinder on OBS, and I keep looking at my own eyes. I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop being vain. I gotta start looking at the camera. Something called spandrelian trichotomy. It's a new reactionary anti-democracy bullshit that puts us in a technocratic state. It's fucked. Ghost Gun was at the we had a little party last night. Ghost Gun was here last night. I just remember he just dropped a new video. I gotta watch it. But yeah, I was hanging out with Ghost Gun last night, actually. That's spandrelian trichotomy. Okay, we're opening up with Elon Musk here. What? Spandrelian? What? Spandrelian? Trichotomy. Okay. We'll go into that. Don't worry. I'm sure we'd love it. I've been enjoying the video essay series, Liber Indigo. It's one of a kind. Oh, I have to check it out. But today, we're on here for that today. Guys, we're changing things up. These streams, they're fun. I love them. But we've been all over the place, okay? What we're doing going forward. I got an hour. I got 4 topics. We're going to go till 10 p.m., okay? I'm going to do an hour on each topic. Elon Musk, topic number 1. He's a fascinating guy, okay? Elon Musk. I used to be an Elon Musk apologist, okay? I'm going to be real with you. I used to be an Elon Musk apologist. Apologist, wrong word. I used to have a bit of reverence for Elon Musk, okay? Why am I fucking laser war? Get that off there. Fuck me. I used to think he was cool. I used to like Neuralink. Oh, what's up, DJ Cohen? I used to be big on Elon. Neuralink specifically. I used to really like the idea of Neuralink. I think it's fascinating. I have my own skits theories. I have my own skits theories about how, one could say, everything is communication technology. All technology is communication technology. Let me try to fucking angle that up a little bit. All technology is communication technology, okay? You go from cave paintings, right? Language. These are the first technologies. These are the first things we use to communicate, to make... technology is the shortening of the transfer of information between one party to another, right? So language is the first communication technology. Same with cave paintings, right? The printing press, cell phones. You can kind of extrapolate out. Everything is about the shortening of the distance between exchanging ideas and communicating with each other. So I kind of see that as like the natural progress of humanity is to shorten the gap and shorten the distance between two people and two people's ideas and two people's brains. Neuralink, to me, following my own sort of like schiz theory, my own technological singularity here, all becoming one hive mind. That's the end goal of humanity. We want to be one thing. That's what God is, okay? We want gnosis with God. We want to align ourselves with God. We want to become one with God. Neuralink for me, I was like, oh, cool, Neuralink. Like someone gets this, you know? I'm schizophrenic, maybe Elon's schizophrenic, and we get this. We understand that this is the goal of humanity, okay? Now, Elon, I'm not fucking sure, dude. God damn, that guy's insufferable. Jesus Christ almighty. He's truly insufferable. And we're gonna do a little deep dive. I want to spend the first hour. Thank you, DJ Cohn for the vocab check. I was doing a vocabulary IQ test, on the last stream, and I got like a 110 or something like that, which I guess is above average, but I'm no Lincoln, you know, I'm no Shakespeare. Some might say I'm a dumb fuck, which is fine. The world needs dumb fucks. But right off the bat, let's get into first things first. I want to see, not Twitter. Why do I automatically open Twitter? YouTube. I want to see Elon Musk at CPAC. That's the, what is this? PBS NewsHour. Speaking at CPAC. Here we go. Is that the full thing? I think this is the full thing here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Doge update. Please.
Fuck! It's immediately embarrassing. It's immediately like cringe-inducing. It's the kind of shit like if I saw it on TikTok with no context or Instagram Reels, I'd like. It's like lol cow. It's like hate porn for me watching this shit. Jesus Christ! It's time for the Doge update.
Welcome, New Max host Rob Schmidt.
Dad's loving all of it, Bobby Two Crows. That's so sad, man.
Hey. Man, that is a big crowd. And they are not here for me. How you guys doing?
Zin.
Nice vibe this year, right? After the best month we've ever had. Nice to see you all. Thanks for coming out. Good to see you. I'm not gonna...
Is this the host of Newsmax?
Kill any more time. Let's bring out Elon Musk.
Oh, geez, they're right into it. Oh. This is so hard to get through, man. How are we? We're not even a fucking minute in. He's already fucked up. He's already pulling some fucking X shit. Oh my god. And the Ford commercial music, dude. Dude, this is like this is like like Imagine Dragons, right? It's like music that makes your cousin want to join the military. There's three types of chud music, okay? There's three categories of chud music. There's coworker music. That's like, you know, the guy in the dish pit is playing the fucking like Yo Ho song from Pirates of the Caribbean out loud, like the TikTok version. That's what he's playing. There's cop funeral music. That's like the Disturbed cover of Sound of Silence. And then there's music that makes your cousin want to join the military. And that's like Imagine Dragons. And then this is like Ford F-150 commercial. But there's all these like categories of stock music. I could expand this. I could make a compass here. What does this shirt say? I'm sorry procrastinating, I was on a side quest? Oh my god, fuck!
We're gonna stay up for 1 second. Hey guys. We've got one more surprise in case this wasn't enough. I'm gonna let Elon do it. Who else is here?
Well, President Milei has a gift for me.
Javier Milei from Argentina, you guys know who that is, right?
Fuck! The guy who just rug pulled? The guy who just made a fucking coin and rug pulled?
Why don't we bring him out? Yeah.
I'm gonna kill myself. It's over for me, man. Hawk Tua walked so Javier Milei could run. Yeah.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw! That's perfect. All right.
Derek
I love
invented
it.
Captain
Mr. President, thank you so much.
J-Reg walked so
Thank you,
Hawk
sir.
Tua could run.
I love it. We love it. We love it.
All right.
They told me to.
I gotta hear that little scream he does again. Fuck. Where is it?
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
Where is it? Oh my god. I'm done. I'm cooked.
Sir, nice to meet you. I love it. We love it. We love it.
All right.
This has to be like AI generated music. Jesus Christ, man.
They told me to put this right.
Where should we put it?
They want it right here.
All right, great.
A little stage prop.
All of you guys too. Thanks, guys.
Have a seat.
Nothing.
Grandma dies so Elon can fly.
Jesus Christ, man. Nothing will make you richer than appealing to power. Never forget that. When you see somebody appealing to power, in this case, it's undeniable that conservatives, of course, control politics. They also control culture, and they control pop culture currently. Nothing will make you money like appealing to power. There's nothing more in your financial interest than appealing to power. When you watch podcasters, when you watch people glaze Elon, their primary goal is getting as close to the center of power as possible. That is, never, ever, ever think otherwise. How does Elon Musk, like, the only way this guy could have fucking stands left is people who just want money and power. There's no other reason to like him.
So,
That was something.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much. I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
You're like, I think you're bigger.
I mean, Doge started out as a meme. Think about it. And now it's real. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
But it's cool.
Let me ask you this.
But
A year
it's
ago,
cool.
if someone had told you you'd be at CPAC and working with the president to absolutely shred the government, the swamp, whatever you want to call it,
Right.
would you have ever believed that?
No.
No? Me neither.
But it's cool. This is awesome. And I just want to say, you know, thanks for your support. I mean,
What is on his
you guys are, you know.
what is on his neck? Like, what is the chain that he's wearing? He has the dark gothic mega hat. He has fucking pit vipers. He's got a slim fit like jet black blazer.
So, I mean, we're you know trying to get good things done, but also like, you know, have a good time doing it, and you know, and have like a sense of humor, you know. So, like I mean, the sort of the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know. Like, you can't make fun of anything. So there's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy.
Oh!
Legalize comedy.
And we've shifted the entire culture in just the last few.
As a hopeless American, we are closer to freedom than ever before. Do not disregard what is happening right now.
I don't believe so for a minute. Thank you for the 20. But, I don't believe so, man. I truly think that there's part of me that wants to be wrong. I'm not as fact-based as some of the other, anti-Republican people or anti-Trump people. But, man, this has every single characteristic of a power grab in a way that I don't think the government is going to recover from. It has the vibe of freedom. It has the vibe of being in America's best interest. I don't see this ending well. I don't see America being in a better place in 8 years than they are right now. I see this going towards America completely coming off the world stage. America stops being a global hegemonic power. They stop dealing with Europe. They isolate themselves. They start manufacturing shit they don't need to manufacture from within. And I don't know, man. It's not a positive future for me. It's not a positive future for me at all. If you want to, basically guarantee the birth of the Chinese century, man, this is the way to do it.
Few months, the whole culture of this country has shifted dramatically just because of that election.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech, having fun again. It seems like we should have a good time,
It's a great time. Everybody in this place is so excited, and when you talk to conservatives, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
And everybody feels this great sense of relief because we were going to hell for about 4 years. It really felt bad.
Yeah.
Especially toward the end, it felt really bad.
Yeah, I thought we were sort of heading for a point of no return, really.
Yeah.
That's why it was so essential that President Trump win the election, and that there be a Republican majority in the House and Senate, which, thanks to you, that has been accomplished.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to ask you, one of the biggest questions I have for you is, you've been, politically, you weren't really on one side or the other for a long time.
As an American conservative, not Republican, guy, I have no clue how people can support the idiocy happening right now in governor.
Yeah, I agree 100%, man. I've always pinned myself as sort of a, center, I guess, like slightly socially conservative. I have reverence for institutions. I have reverence for the past and for tradition. Especially 2016, this whole idea of things that happened in the past were bad because people are stupid in the past. This sort of mentality the left had really didn't align with. But it's like that fucking meme of the spectrum, the political spectrum was left and right, and the guy standing in the center, and then the Overton window shifting farther and farther left till the guy standing in the center becomes right. You know that one, Steven Crowder made it or something? I feel the exact opposite of just being a normal, J.J. McCullough, social conservative, physically conservative, to see how far right and how wacky the right has gone. It does just leave, I can see this transfer of so many conservatives into liberal politics because this is just fucking lunacy on every level, and especially aesthetically. It's just fucking embarrassing to watch.
Time you're a businessman, a lot of people, they stay away from it. Now you're on a side, and you've chosen a side. You're sitting here in a MAGA hat. What's it? How did that happen? What was the moment?
It's dark Gothic MAGA.
That's a good one.
This guy's gonna kill people, dude. There's a future. Elon Musk is gonna start fucking liquidating people. Elon Musk is gonna fucking do something really bad in the next 4 years, man. Totally believe it.
Was there a specific moment? Was there a moment that it all changed?
Yeah, when I realized I was a fool. But no, I was, I guess, yeah, I'd say I was politically neutral for quite a while. Leaning a little Democrat.
How do you go from that to this?
Yeah, no.
How does that happen?
Well,
did they go crazy?
Yeah, they did go crazy.
Yeah, they went crazy.
No, that whole cancel culture and it's trying to stop freedom of speech and infringe upon people's personal freedoms. you know, they just want state control.
I agree. Like, I agree fundamentally with this. I am like a free speech absolutist. Cancel culture. I was anti-cancel culture. I'm still anti-cancel culture. These are all things I agree with, but they're fighting an egregore of the left that hasn't existed since like 2019 or 2020, right? Like they've built a tulpa. The conservatives have collectively built, and I know because I did this when I was like more conservative. I imagined this like ideal demonic figure of like a blue hair SJW that I hated, but I didn't really exist that tangibly, right? And like the right still operates on this logic, but we're like years past it at this point, right? We're years beyond cancel culture. No one likes cancel culture, and for all intents and purposes, it was a fucking blip, right?
Culture war is a conservative Trojan horse.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, listen to Sam Harris's newest podcast on Christian nationalism is really fascinating. And she talks about this, I forget the name of the guest he had, but she's saying like, you know, everybody at CPAC talked about trans people in sports, right? And fair enough, cool. I'm not like aligned with the idea of like biological women competing in men's sports and biological men competing in women's sports, right? It doesn't work out. It's unfair. No one likes it though. Like no one fucking likes it. No one's into this. There's nobody out there, or that there is, but it's like very few people are championing this idea. Everyone's against it at a common sense level. And then she brings up the fact that the number one killer of youth in America is gun violence. That's the number one cause of death for youth in America is gun violence. There's no incentive to mention things that actually matter. There's no incentive to mention actual solutions. It's like, there's trans people in sports. We're going to fix that. And that seems to be like it matters aesthetically. Like people, that's like an idea that really upsets people. Same with like hormone therapy for children. Again, against that as well. These ideas really upset people, right? But it's just like dying on these hills over and over and over again and creating this illusion and simulation of progress and change when in actuality nothing's happening. The country and the U.S. and Canada by extension are still like just getting dramatically fucking worse.
State control of what you say. They want to take away your guns. And the reason they want to take away your guns, so like there's nothing you do to oppose them. So it's sort of like, I just like we just need to restore
athlete to
the fundamental
dictatorship
elements of
pipeline.
what made America great, which is freedom and opportunity.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of these freedoms disappearing in the West. It's not just about America. We're all watching Europe and knowing that they're about 50, 100 years ahead of us, right? Because they got an early start. And we're watching how they're devolving. And you're trying to save it from happening here.
No, I mean, in Europe, they put people in prison for memes.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's insane.
And they're collapsing. I mean, this society it's a collapsing society. It feels that way.
It feels.
Says who? Says who? I don't understand. Again, like being on the outside of this, man, living in Canada, it's like the amount of Americans who seem to think that Canada is a collapsing society when you can walk around any neighborhood in Toronto at night by yourself with no fear. I've never once been mugged, robbed. There's like, those problems exist. I'm not going to say it's a perfect society. There's like a car theft epidemic in fucking Brampton outside of Toronto. There's a lot of issues, man. But it's like to use words like collapsing society to describe Germany or the UK is so hyperbolic. And also, I don't agree with this, but the UK doesn't have free speech laws. They never have. They're a monarchy. They have no free speech and they have no free speech laws. So it's fucking stupid. And from an American perspective, a pro free speech perspective, it's ridiculous that people get arrested for shit like that. But it's not the same. It's not an analogous issue. It's not an analogous issue at all. It sucks, but it's like you can't make the comparison between like American free speech and British free speech. They're not the same.
Feels like
France was nicer 50 years ago than it is today.
Yeah.
I don't think you can question that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, really. Thanks. I love you too. I mean, I really just wanted to do useful things, like basically build products, provide products and services that are good, and that wasn't really like that interested in being political. It just like there was at a certain point no choice.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, can I ask you on the same side of that coin, what's it like from going neutral to being vilified, largely vilified by the media? Like you're.
What? No.
What media?
I mean,
Fucking CNN with their 500,000 nightly viewers. I have fucking YouTube videos on my channel with more views than I'm an 88,000 sub YouTube channel. I have YouTube videos with more fucking views than CNN gets. I know YouTubers who regularly everything they post gets more views than CNN gets nightly. Is that an issue? Is the vilification of Elon Musk by mainstream media an actual fucking issue, or is it just like if you're seeing people hate Elon on Twitter? Is there a reason behind it? You know, of course, there's an actual fucking reason behind it.
you turn on some of these.
This is the guy who wanted to. You know, make a carbon neutral fleet of cars and get America off gasoline with Tesla, who's now completely 180 and is now part of the fucking oil and gas and coal regime of Donald Trump.
These channels, brother. I mean, they're angry at you. Does it bother you at all? Does it get to you?
I mean, when they're chanting for my death, I suppose that's a little,
Yeah.
you know.
Not good.
But then, like, the song's not even that good, and it's like you call that a death chant? That's nothing. Please.
They've been singing a lot
not even
lately.
good music.
There's a lot of music lately. It's not good music either. Yeah.
Yes.
I would say that watching what you're doing with Doge is just people love it. I mean, I've always looked at the government and. I've always looked at the government and I've seen this big machine and you just know that they waste because they don't care. There's more money coming, they don't care.
Yeah.
You're cutting all this out. Everybody in this country knows that the government is full of waste, fraud, and abuse. And you're doing the work and the Americans love it. Watching their reaction politically to this, I can't believe how bad they are at responding to this. I don't know how you're gonna sit there and scream and complain because they're cutting waste out of the government and try to win another election. How do you try to win on that?
Well, at this point, I'm not sure how much of the left is even real.
Yeah.
You know.
How much was propped up?
There we go. That's it. See that? He says the truth. It's not what he means. He's gonna explain farther. It's not what he means, but how much of the left is actually real? Exactly. Very, very small percentage of this idea of the evil, demonic, the left that wants your kids to fucking, have their genitals cut off. That left is insignificant.
By our money,
Yeah, like literally, you see like these sort of fake rallies where there's like hardly any people, and the media will like frame it and like get all 6 people, in the frame, but there's like nobody else is there. Like just it doesn't have popular support, but then you learn that like there's hundreds of billions of dollars going to these so-called NGOs.
Yeah.
And it's your tax dollars that are funding things that are fundamentally anti-American.
and they're propping up their narrative.
Yes.
A lot of that government money has been propping up a left that I don't think is as strong as they made it seem.
In fact, a massive amount of your tax dollars is going to legacy media companies.
Yes.
Directly from the government.
The government wants to take over media.
Yeah, it's
Left
terrible.
boogeyman egregore.
That's why we have
an
X.
oligarch
Yeah, and
puppet.
That's why you spent $44 billion. I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, $44 billion that he fucking lost. Like what's X's valuation now? Like fucking $8 billion or something like that. 12 billion. Don't quote me on those exact numbers. I don't know. Yeah, lost a bunch of fucking money on it because it's unprofitable. Elon, you dumb fuck. Elon, you goddamn bastard. The left wants to take over mainstream media. I know, it's like they're this is shit I would say when I was 18 in like 2016. This is like the kind of shit I would ramble on about.
I mean,
More than it was probably worth. But there was a message.
freedom is priceless.
Priceless. Yeah. Probably one of the most important investments this
The
country's ever
Doge
seen.
number are totally
If you
fake
got to protect the
PCW.
First Amendment, it's not much more important than that.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of criticism, and people said, well, that proves he's a huge idiot from a, look, he bought it for whatever, $44 billion, and now it's worth like 8 cents. And
It's not worth 8 cents.
but there's the, but the, yeah, it was essentially to buy freedom of expression. Yeah.
Once that's gone,
That
it's
was-
all
that was
over.
it, yeah.
It's all over.
Yeah.
Descent into tyranny is really quick after that.
Yeah, I mean, like, so all the sort of federal money going to media companies is what helps explain why the legacy media all says the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it like, it's like weird, like you put them up with, like, like when
They're mouthpieces for
for the state.
the state.
Yes.
And that's what we've...
Is that not what like fucking podcasting is now? Elon, is it not mouthpieces for the state? Is that not what Joe Rogan has become? Also, didn't Joe Rogan's like not the most viewed podcast anymore? What is it, like Midas Touch? Something, it's like anti-Trump podcast overtook Joe Rogan. Is that true? I have to fact check that. Midas podcast. I don't know, what is it called? The Midas Touch podcast. Midas Touch overtakes Joe Rogan. Touch. If I can type properly, please. Jesus Christ. Midas Touch, Joe Rogan. Here it is. Where the hell is the Midas Touch podcast, and why is it surpassed Joe Rogan? This week, Joe Rogan lost his grip on the top of the podcast charts again, the second time in just a couple months. The first to dethrone him was Kylie Kels, who's sadly not the liberal Joe Rogan. She's nice, but her podcast is political at all. Blah, blah, blah. Lefty podcast knocked Joe Rogan down a rung. If you wonder what the hell is Midas Touch, I've never heard of this podcast until I saw this headline. Congratulations, you managed to avoid political social media for the last several years. I have mixed feelings about Midas Touch. Actually, that's a lie. I strongly dislike Midas Touch, but I don't necessarily hate the attention they're getting. They're basically the podcast equivalent of that liberal aunt who posts on Facebook every half an hour and floods your blue sky timeline with retweets. In person, she's great. Online, needs to chill the fuck out. Midas Touch is a lefty media company founded by brothers Ben, Brett, and Jordan Meiselas, spun out of Democratic Super PAC they launched in 2020, and their podcast is exactly what you expect from a Democratic Super PAC, the audio equivalent of those relentless fundraising texts from the Democratic Party. Yes, I appreciate the cause, but for the love of God, stop texting me. What is this? What am I reading right now? Am I reading like an indie? What is Times of India? What am I reading? Downloaded, listened to 570 fucking last month. I don't know, man. This narrative that only the mainstream media hates Trump. They can't keep this up much longer. It's just like objectively not true.
Come to know.
Yeah,
it's scary.
And I like that meme where they because they're always saying like threat to our democracy, but if you just replace democracy with bureaucracy,
Yeah.
it makes a lot of sense.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Big threat to the bureaucracy.
That's exactly right. Let's talk about these Doge dividend checks that everybody's talking about this week. And I know you tweeted out that you're gonna. Does everybody want like a $5,000 check in the mail? It sounds kind of good, right? And
I'll believe it when I see it.
Would be knowing where it came from. That's $5,000 that you sent them last year.
Totally. It's money that's taken away from things that are destructive to the country, and from organizations that hate you to you. That's awesome.
Does it seem? I mean, have you talked?
I mean, that's like glorious. That's like
it's the best.
the spoils of battle, you know.
I like that. Is there traction on that?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I talked to the president, and he's supportive of that, and so it sounds like
see.
that's something we're going to do.
Yep.
So as we're finding savings, that's going to translate directly to reductions in tax. So
Yeah. I think they fired 6,000 people at the IRS today.
Yeah.
And I think Lutnick said last night that they're talking about shutting down the IRS. And I think it's fair. I think people should realize this is. I mean, the amount of money that we send Washington, like $5 or $6 trillion a year. That is such an ungodly amount of money. I mean, what do they?
It is crazy.
They say like 1 trillion seconds is like 30 years or something like that. I mean, that's how much we send them, and they seem to never have enough. There must be a lot you can cut.
No, absolutely. People ask me, what's the most surprising thing that you've encountered when you go to D.C., when you're in D.C.? And I said, well, the most surprising thing is the scale of the expenditures and actually how easy it is to, when you add caring and competence where it was absent before, you can actually save billions of dollars, sometimes in an hour.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like caring and competence were the wrong word choices there. Look, man, I'm not gonna pretend to be an expert on fucking government finance, okay? But I don't know. Am I insane? Am I insane to say that dismantling the IRS seems a bit drastic? Like, is there not a reason that these things exist? Correct me if I'm wrong there. Yeah, I feel like I'm just getting the vibe. You know, I'm just getting the vibe. As an oaf behind the screen, man. I'm just getting a little bit of the vibe that's a bad idea.
Like, it's wild.
And then they scoff at it and say, oh, a few billion here or there. I mean, the way they're talking about it, you can see they don't care. It's such little money compared to how much they're used to wasting. That's what's really scary.
Yeah, no, I mean, exactly. But obviously, it just shows that they really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes, and then they say, oh, $1 million doesn't matter. I'm like, I think it matters a lot to people, you know? So what are you talking about?
I'd like to have it. Let me ask you a question. I know the president fairly well, watched him survive 2 assassination attempts. Had the first one not happened, the second one would have gotten him. You know, it was very, because without those extra guys, they would have never seen that gun poking through the fence at the golf course. I saw the crew that you had.
Isn't it like mind-blowing that this has happened? I mean, it just, and what, by the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on? But
I don't know, man. You're the you're like second in power to the. Why don't you figure it out, man? You're the one in power. Open source 3D printed air.
Open source 3D printed anti-air missile.
I think, you know, maybe Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, and the second in command, not second in command, I guess. I don't know, quasi second in command of the president. You think they might have the resources to figure out if it was really important and it really mattered, they would figure out who the fuck the second guy was? Or I'm just going on a limb here that maybe he was just a nutcase. Maybe everything is as it seems. Is that ridiculous? What's up, brother?
Yo. Well, not much. I'm just trying to sneak in a quick recording before grabbing dinner.
Oh, fuck yeah, brother.
Yo.
It's mind-blowing that Trump's mind wasn't blown. Yeah, that seems more... I feel like that seems more sus than it being a conspiracy, is the fact that the bullet didn't actually hit him and just like clipped his ear. I don't know. Maybe everything is as weird as it seems. Maybe there's no simple explanations for stuff. All of this is just fucking nonsense. That's what I lean towards. Oh, can you close that door over? Thank you, brother.
Cash is going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, yeah.
Confirmed just a couple hours ago, but I saw that the security detail that you had come in is enormous.
Well, it's not that enormous. Maybe it should be bigger. I don't know.
I think you could probably afford it. But I mean, how concerned are you about your safety? Dealing, I mean, you are a wanted man. Are you nervous?
So, look, I'm open to ideas for improving security, I have to tell you. I don't actually have a death wish, I think.
Potato Gamer 5303. Art Chat, will you ever have a turkey tom on Horseshoe Theory? I got great news for you. Potato Gamer 5303. I think this might be the best news you've ever received from asking that question. We filmed that yesterday. You bitch bastard. You goddamn bastard. We filmed that yesterday. It's gonna be out this goddamn week. Ask and you shall receive, motherfucker. That's what it's all about.
It's not that easy. Yeah. I mean, but I have I've had even people like President Bukele from El Salvador who managed to put in prison 100,000 murderous thugs. And he was he called me. He's like, I'm worried about your security. I'm like, you're worried about my security? I'm like, what? Okay. That's
I mean, yeah. Talk about guts to do that down there. I mean,
yeah, totally.
And survive.
I was like, how did you put all those thugs in prison without dying? Because it seems like that would have been not easy,
Well, there's the president has One of his top attorneys is now investigating, I guess, Chuck Schumer for threats against SCOTUS, a congressman on the Democrat side for saying, basically saying we're going to bring a war to you, like a fight to you. I mean, the rhetoric. You guys are screwing with things.
Don't get me on the fucking don't use the word rhetoric around me. Don't use that word around me, man. Don't use rhetoric. They're gonna bring a war to you. You're saying that's inflammatory language, you dumb fucks. The fucking the president that almost overthrew, that almost cooed the fucking White House on January 6th. You guys say the phrase "bringing the war to you" is dangerous rhetoric. Oh my god, man. Suck my fat cock. Fuck you.
Things that are not supposed to be messed with. And
Well, we're fighting the
there's
Matrix
a lot
big
of
time.
people that really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, we're fighting the Matrix big time here.
Yeah.
But it's got to be done.
Yeah.
And
Are
gotta
you?
be done.
It certainly does. What's
you know-
what's going on with? Tell us about Fort Knox.
Yeah.
It's Kentucky. It's a military base. It's a ton of gold, tons and tons and tons
Like
of gold.
5,000 tons of gold or something,
5,000
give or
tons
take,
of gold
you know?
are there in the ground and like this. I mean, it's a very secure
I think
thing.
we all want to see it. You know?
I'd love to see it.
Like, this is your gold, by the way.
He looks like a skinwalker. Like, just the way his, you're saying, why is he wearing those sunglasses? He looks like he's wearing somebody else's face a little bit. I'm not going to knock, what is he, like 52? I'm not going to knock a 52-year-old guy for not looking, not looking like a supermodel. But he's uniquely pale. Well, let's say it that. It's medically fascinating.
It's the public's gold.
Do you think it's not there?
I don't know. But I think
just wanna see it.
Yeah, we want to go see it and just make sure, like, somebody didn't spray paint some lead or something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, is this real gold? Fight at the bar, you know?
Didn't dent.
But I think, honestly, part of this also is just like,
True son of Yakub.
Let's have some fun and like I said, all this gold at Fort Knox, it's the public's gold. It's your gold. So, like, I think you have like a right to see it.
You want to take a tour?
You know, yeah. I think we should have do a tour. And then the president last night was like, I think he's in favor of it. That would be cool. And then it should be like a live tour. Like, you can see what's going on. Open the door. Like, what's behind it.
Well, and there's.
I think I'd watch that.
Oh, are you kidding?
Yeah.
I mean, what does 5,000 tons of gold look
totally.
like?
What does
How
it
big
look
is
like?
that? Is it the size of this?
It's got to be pretty
stage? I
big,
mean,
you know.
It's got to be a lot of
But
gold.
He looks like he's wearing a combination of Halloween costumes. Yeah, this is like when you don't... like, his outfit is like when you don't have a Halloween costume, but you have, like, one weird pair of sunglasses, and you put some weird shit together, and you say you're, like, a random side character on The Sopranos for Halloween. That's like what he's wearing. That's his outfit is like lazy. Like you got invited to a costume party 10 minutes ago, and this is like what you pulled out of your wardrobe because you have nothing else. You have one pair of sunglasses from like 10 years ago, and you built a fucking costume around it.
Some other stuff in there, like just walk around, like, I don't know, maybe they got some other stuff in there.
Are you thinking about auditing the Federal Reserve as well, which is obviously
Yeah, sure.
regulates
While
our
we're at it.
economy? I imagine you think the waste has got to be everywhere.
Yeah, no, waste is pretty much everywhere. People ask, like, how can you find waste in DC? I'm like, look, it's like being in a room, and there's target. The wall, the roofs, and the floor are all targets. So it's like you're gonna close your eyes and go shoot in any direction, because you can't miss, you know.
This guy fucking hates him. This guy, the Newsmax guy, there's just like fucking hates Elon. You can tell by his fucking reactions, dude. He's so sick of this fucking conversation.
So it's pretty wild. Like you just push on things a little bit and you save billions of dollars. Like just a little bit, you know? It's wild.
It's scary, isn't it? It's really
That's why I say it really is underrated. If you add caring and competence, how much things improve.
Yeah.
And we just find so many totally crazy things, which, we're sharing with the public. We post everything we learn. So you can see it. You know.
What do you?
And like it's like, isn't it like it's totally wild? Like we just did like a check the database on Social Security. Like it says how many alive Americans eligible for Social Security are there? And according to the database, it's over 400 million. And we're like, wait.
Okay. That I need to look into. Because my gut tells me, I'm going off my gut, okay? My gut tells me there's a non-obvious reason. I could be wrong here. I've yet to look into this. I could be wrong. But when it's saying like there's 1 million Americans over the age of like 120 receiving Social Security, there's no way. I'm going in dark right now. I'm going entirely dark. There's no way that makes sense or that wasn't caught. Social Security. Americans.
My gut says oligarch is manipulative liar.
Okay, what is this? Morningstar. Can I get a better source here? I don't know what Morningstar is. Wired. There you go. No, 150-year-olds aren't collecting Social Security benefits. Elon Musk claims to have found rampant fraud in the Social Security Administration. There's a much simpler explanation. Elon Musk has repeatedly claimed that his so-called Doge project had uncovered massive government fraud when it alleged that 150-year-olds were claiming Social Security benefits. But Musk has provided no evidence to back up his claims, and experts quickly pointed out that this is very likely just a quirk of the decades-old coding language that underpins the government payment systems. Musk first made the claims during his Oval Office press conference last week when he claimed that a cursory examination of Social Security, and we got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone that's 150? I don't know. They should be in the Guinness Book of World Records, so that's a case where I think they're probably dead. Yes, no shit, Sherlock. Well, while no evidence was produced to back up this claim, it was picked up by right-wing commentators online, primarily Musk's own X platform, as well as being reported credibly by pro-Trump media outlets. Computer programmers quickly claimed that the 150 figure was not evidence of fraud, but rather a result of a weird quirk in the Social Security Administration benefits system, which was largely written in COBOL, a 60-year-old programming language that undergrids SSAs, databases, as well as systems many other U.S. government agencies. COBOL is rarely used today, and as such, Musk's cadre of young engineers may well be unfamiliar with it. Because COBOL doesn't have a data type, some implementations rely instead on a system whereby all dates are coded to a reference point. The most commonly used is May 20th, 1875, as this is the date of an international standard-setting conference held in Paris known as the Convention des Matières. These systems default to the reference point when a birth date is missing or incomplete, meaning all those entries in 2025 would show an age of 150. That's just one possible explanation for what Doge allegedly found. Musk could also have simply looked up the SSA's own website, which explains that since September 2015...
I understand.
Fucking Luigi. You coming in here.
What's that?
You're just as goddamn Luigi.
Oh, yeah, sorry, guys. It's me, Luigi.
One possible explanation for Doge allegedly found Musk could also have looked up the SSA's own website, which explains that since September 2015, the agency has automatically stopped benefit payments when anyone reaches the age of 115. However, on Monday morning, Musk doubled down, posting a screenshot of what he claims to be figures from the Social Security database on X, writing the numbers of people in each age bracket with the death field set as false. The figure suggested over 10 million people aged over 120 were collecting social benefits. Maybe Twilight is real and there's a lot of vampires, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up, Elon Musk. The database Musk took the screenshot from listed almost 400 million people, which is more than 5 times the number of people receiving benefits in 2024. According to the SSA's own website, it's also significantly more than the entire U.S. population. The fact that Social Security system contains millions of entries from people who are dead is likely distinct from a potential Siebel error cause and also not news. A report written by the SSA's Inspector General in 2023 found that 98% of those aged 100 or older in Social Security databases are not in recipient of any benefits. The report added that the database would not be updated because it would cost too much money to do so. Oh, fascinating. Siebel? I don't know what coding languages are, man. COBOL? 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 Doge going into all these agencies with largely unfettered access with a wrecking ball and no understanding of business logic and structure behind the code, database, and configured business logic, related payment systems, and integrated decision trees poses real risks to the privacy and personal level data of millions of people across all those records. Thomas Drake, a former National Security Agency executive turned whistleblower, tells Wired. Musk, during the Oval Office press conference, which was also attended by his son, claimed the payments to 150-year-olds was part of the billions, maybe even tens of billions in corruption and waste that his Doge effort had already uncovered. But just like the condom shipments to Gaza or payments to Politico, Musk's claims of Social Security fraud seems to be a gross misrepresentation of what's actually happening and why. In the same press conference where he made the remarks about 150-year-olds collecting Social Security benefits, Musk said his Doge project would be maximally transparent, with all savings being made posted to its website. But when the site came online last week, not only was it just a repurposed Twitter feed with terrible security, it also lacked any details in a section dedicated to savings. At the time, the site's administrators claimed the savings section would be updated no later than Valentine's Day. When that deadline came and went without any update, the administrator wrote, "Receipts coming over the weekend." The page was briefly populated on Saturday before being taken down at the time of the publication on Monday. No receipts were ever posted. I do worry about bait and switch and further transfers of wealth.
Investigate Doge savings number.
I will look into that after this. That sounds, because all this is so fucking funny to me. I do worry about bait and switch and further transfers of wealth and even more debt financing into the hands of even fewer driven by power and abject self-interest, not public interest. Drake believes democracy is in real danger. Neither Doge nor the White House responded to requests for comments about Musk's claims. Doge savings number. Okay, I'm going to go into that too. Doge team's wall. This is from CBS. So if you hate fucking mainstream media, sorry. Suck my cock. Gotta read it somewhere. Doge team's wall of receipts shows errors in tallying billions of savings. After repeated delays, the Department of Government Efficiency on Monday released a wall of receipts.
Biggest item listed as billion was millions.
What is characterized as documentation of the money saved by the slashing cuts to jobs and contracts pushed by Elon Musk's team at Doge over the past several weeks. The initial accounting was overstated by billions of dollars.
As a Latin American, it's good to see the US is finally experience the third world government experience.
Thank you, Pizza Man, for the 5 there. The 5 R. What is R? Please just move to Europe and live in peace, man. I swear to God, the second, dude. I feel like the only place I've been in Europe is Athens, and I loved Athens so much. And I feel like Athens gets the reputation of being a shithole, but like I loved Athens, dude. It was dirty, it was grungy, the music was dope, the art was dope, the food was amazing. I've never been in a city. Toronto's got a lot of life, man. That is not five rupees. What is that? 5 rupees is like rupees? What is that? How much money is that in Canadian? Like 3 cents. Yeah, Toronto's got a lot of life, man, but Athens was like fucking alive, dude. That place is just like brimming with culture and life in a way that I have not experienced in a Western city in so long. I'm totally the second YouTube gets enough off the ground that I don't have to work a day job, I'm going on a world fucking tour, dude. Sorry, where were we? The initial accounting was overstated by billions of dollars, a review by CBS News found. Among the errors were contracts that Doge identified for cuts, saying the move could save billions for taxpayers, but they were actually standard government funding vehicles called indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contracts. The Doge team misread these specialized contracts, experts told CBS News. As a result, overstated their push for savings by as much as $1.96 billion. A closer inspection of another so-called savings, the cancellation of a contract Doge identified as worth $8 billion was in fact only $8 million. This single mistake slashed the receipts of savings Doge said it identified in half to $8.4 billion. The error involved an award for Homeland Security's Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Equal Opportunity Employment Office. That's a fucking mouthful. And the contract described the project as Program and Technical Support Services for Office and Diversity and Civil Rights. In his first days in office, President Trump signed executive orders to end diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the federal government. The Doge team, led by Elon Musk, has become a hallmark of Mr. Trump's early days in office. As members of the efficiency team set up shop in federal agencies to identify cuts of employees, grants, and contracts. The president has praised the effort, which he says is long overdue, move to eliminate waste. They're doing a hell of a job. It's an amazing job they're doing. He said during his remarks in the Oval Office on February 11th, "You know that force is building. I call it the force of super geniuses." Fuck, dude. Oh my God, man. You ever read an Abraham Lincoln speech? You ever read an Abraham Lincoln? You ever listen to the sheer beauty of an Abraham Lincoln speech? Trump's only fucking adjective you can use is very. Everything's very big and very bad and very good. It's like, you know when you're in like grade 2 English and they're like give you that chart and it's like, don't use very good, use great. Don't use very bad, use horrible. It's like the earliest thing you learn in English class as a fucking child. Maybe education has dropped so much off a cliff that no one fucking even remembers those charts. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Do you guys like know those charts I'm talking about? I feel like those are like so prevalent in my life. Doge's accounting error involving indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contracts, known in government speak as IDIQ, occurred because the team likely misunderstood how government contracting works. Probably because it's run by 21-year-olds with broccoli cuts. Experts told CBS News these contracts are designed to set a ceiling for the funding of a larger project. Multiple contractors bid on tasks within the IDIQ.
I love the poorly educated.
Hey man, me too. I can't hate them. The ceiling for the project, as defined as Doge, was $655 million, but Doge claimed savings of $654,990,000 three times. In actuality, the government spent less on the contract, around $400 million over the course of the past 4 years for 44 different subcontracts, and the IDIQ is likely to have only minimal additional spending. If the specific contract was called USAID Eval Me 2 IDIQ and approved monitoring, evaluation, and learning services to promote evidence-based decision-making for adaptive management across USAID, one of the contractors involved told CBS News that this program was directly responsible for ensuring that U.S. taxpayer money was spent in accordance with U.S. goals and interests. The White House did not respond to a request for comment about discrepancy, and Doge also did not respond to a request for comment. Doge may be more interested in inflating savings than in accurately reporting them, said Scott Amy, general counsel for the Nonpartisan Project on Government Oversight. The New York Times, which first reported Doge's $8 billion accounting error, pointed out that a 2022 version of this contract was listed at $8 billion. On January 22 of this year, the figure was changed to $8 million. The contracting company D&G Solutions confirmed to CBS News that this was originally the result of an accounting error and that $3.8 million of the contract had already been expired. On Wednesday morning, Doge fixed the error, and the website now shows $8 million in savings for the contract, but the link they provided for the receipt is to the earlier $8 billion figure. Musk recently admitted he knows Doge isn't perfect, defending Doge during an Oval Office appearance on February 11th. He said that some of the things I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. Nobody's going to bat 1,000. We will make mistakes. We will act quickly to correct any mistakes, he added. Beyond the ICE contract blunder, AB described the numbers as underwhelming. Excluding the impact of USAID's elimination, receipts of contract savings from other agencies appear to total $2 billion, a fraction of the federal budget, which stands at $6.75 trillion. If Doge's goal is to trim $1 trillion or $2, it is a long way to go, and Congress has to do its job to cut spending too, Amy said. Musk said he'd like to trim $2 trillion, putting Doge at 0.1% of his goal. Many of these contract cancellations outside of the USAID cuts appear to have been selected based on language in the agreements referencing diversity, equity, or inclusion, CBS News review found. Yeah, I've noticed that too. It's like it's all very ideological. Then wasn't there like an error that popped up that was like the government like blacklisted the word woman off of shit? I don't know. I'd forget the exact wording. I have to fact check or double check that for you. And at what cost? Among the receipts on Doge Wall was funding for a Department of Education project that's now been scrapped. The contractor described the real-world consequences.
Axe the tax, fix the budget, defund the CBC.
The contractor described the real-world consequences in an interview. 13 school districts across 11 states were set to receive more than $13 million to support over 1,070 youth with disabilities participating in the program. At USAID, savings touted by Doge on X on Saturday included $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcision. That sounds like idiocracy. I gotta admit, that one's pretty funny. And $9.7 million for UC Berkeley to develop a cohort of Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills, among other cuts. Circumcision has been proved to reduce the spread of HIV by as much as 60%. Programs like that have the potential for significantly lower costs for the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief, known as PEPFAR, which provides fuck, dude, I cannot read. Sorry for my 95 IQ here. antiretroviral. Fuck me, dude. I'm so dumb. Which provides antiretroviral treatment for people living with AIDS and HIV, and had been given a limited waiver to continue to operate at the end of January. It has been credited with helping save 26 million lives. One 2017 estimate suggested that widespread circumcision efforts could avert 3.6 million new HIV infections and save $16.5 billion. Doge has for weeks been promising an accounting of the unprecedented sweep through federal agencies that appear to have left hundreds of workers suddenly jobless. Meanwhile, Doge's abrupt firings have set government agencies on edge. The government is now trying to rehire hundreds of workers in the U.S. nuclear weapons program after last week's layoffs. Farmers across the U.S. remain in limbo after promised federal funds for healthy soil initiatives amounting to thousands of dollars per farm failed to materialize. Life-saving efforts across Africa have also been put on hold, while service providers wait for clarity on whether court-ordered funds will resume. Damn. That's bleak, man. That's pretty bleak. You know, I'm not going to say I'm against the initiative to cut government spending. I think that's a good thing. But this is pretty bleak. Because it's like, you know, again, Elon Musk's Doge is operated by 21-year-olds. Okay, let's where is he? Doge Goon Squad. Doge Gooner Squad. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this 19-year-old. 25, 23, 24, 21. Oh my god, man. That's the platonic ideal of a Zoomer. That's the greatest Zoomer I've ever seen in my entire life. That's like... This is like what every guy who gets a broccoli cut is thinking of. Is a guy in a suit like this. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like... It's... crazy, you know, extrapolation here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going on a limb. It seems like if you get a bunch of 20-year-olds who have no context of how things work and say, hey man, anything that seems woke, just get rid of it. And they come across funding for male circumcision and they think it's probably like a trans initiative. I could see that maybe like a 21-year-old being like, oh, everyone's running around outside. A 21-year-old finds it and goes, "Oh, this is some sort of gender reassignment initiative in Mozambique. Let's cut it." And they cut it because they have no oversight or context of fucking anything. I could see some folly coming from that. Hey, man, but they won't.
You just described military indoctrination.
It's trad though. Hey, so yeah, son of Imperium. It's trad. I forgot it's trad. Trad is better than Trad's better than fucking bad. Trad's better than new. Yeah, dude, we're cooked, man. We're cooked. I'd like to see them to fund Israel. I like to see them to... There's probably, imagine the fucking... I don't know, there's some dumb shit, dude, but... This is how this is happening, right? They're just taking, like, kids, basically, and telling them to get rid of anything that seems woke. This kind of seems like the... I feel like, you know, if the circumcision, if the Mozambique circumcisions were there to prevent the spread of AIDS, maybe we should keep them. Also, if the amount that the circumcisions were saving in future AIDS treatment equaled more than the cut to the circumcision treatment, that kind of feels like a good bargain. If we're gonna cut 9.7 million, we're gonna cut 9.7 million in spending to Mozambique, and then end up having to spend 16 million later to oh no, they're not gonna do that. They're gonna let them die. Sorry, I forgot how this operates now. We're not the U.S. is not a global hegemonic power anymore. They're just gonna let the fucking world burn around them while they isolate, wall off their borders, and employ their working class to be fucking techno serfs that build nails for a living instead of getting skilled labor.
Wait a second.
And how many are getting?
How old are they again?
Yeah.
And then like we found like one person in there is like 360 years old. I'm like, what, do they know Ben
More than 100
Franklin
years
or
before the
something?
revolution. Yeah.
You know, America didn't exist before at that time. Like so.
Yeah, we were colonies.
You know, maybe it's just me, but I think it's a red flag. I don't know.
But are there indications that there were checks going to those people or any of those people?
Oh, he asked a real question. Well,
yeah.
That's, I guess, the question, right? I mean, I get the Social Security Administration is dumb, but Are they paying these people? Are they that dumb? I don't know.
A bunch of money is going out from the Social Security Administration, and in fact, from
Fuck you, dude. Oh my God, fuck this guy.
all entitlements programs,
72 billion in waste in like 7 years. That's 10 billion a year.
Well, I think the
Fraudulent payments.
the rough or estimate.
He didn't answer the. That's his response. That's his fucking response. Oh, so like, the numbers you found, as we proved, the numbers you found, they're going. That is that money actually going out, or is it just numbers? There's a lot of money. There's a lot of money.
From Government Accountability Office is over $500 billion of fraud a year.
And
$500 billion.
how long at a time?
Per year.
Per year? On Social Security?
No. On
America is not
all
the
government.
world's mother.
on all entitlements.
All entitlements.
All
Okay,
entitlements. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll change my opinion when I find a good justification to do so. But the world kind of feels like a better place. There's going to be a global hegemonic power, and what's the alternative, man? Is it Russia? Is it China? Is it India? Do you want those? Do you want China running the world? Do you want China to be the world's leading power? I kind of feel like America's the best one. Whatever you agree with or not, fair enough. If you hate the concept of hegemony, fair, dude. It'd be nice if we could all just do our own thing and not be influenced by each other's power. But someone's got to hold that position, and I'd rather it be America than fucking China or India. And also, yes, Fraserus, I am a techno serf. I work for an ad agency for below minimum wage. That is what being a YouTuber in the early stages is.
It sort of actually makes sense when you look at the thing from a top level and say, like, okay, the $7 trillion of spending by the government, what percentage do you think is fraudulent? Okay, exactly. Like, a conservative estimate of the $7 trillion would be 10%. Conservative.
Probably a little higher than that, yeah.
Exactly.
Feels like a quarter out of every dollar, right?
But if
They're just saying numbers, man.
Of $7 trillion, you've got $700 billion of fraud.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's like really easy to take advantage of the federal government. It's very easy. So,
Very easy. Look at COVID.
Yes.
Everybody got rich during COVID. I mean, look at all.
What? What is he referring to? There. Is he referring to the checks that Trump set out? Or is he referring to... I don't understand what he's referencing there. Everyone got rich during COVID. He can mean one of two things. He can, one, the stimulus checks that Trump sent out the last time he was in office, or two, the undeniable transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, the largest upward transfer of wealth in the 21st century. Both of those things are hypocritical and horrible. Like, I don't... What?
These scammers? I mean, it's unbelievable.
People that matter all got rich.
It looks like, in terms of the COVID payments, there was some...
Age of globalism is ending, plus China is paper tiger. Why does there have to be a hegemon?
Because there's going to be a hegemon. Like, someone's going to fill that gap, right? There's no world in which there isn't a hegemonic power unless we completely deglobalize, destroy the global supply chain, all produce things in isolation, and no countries can communicate with each other anymore. There's going to be a global hegemon. I don't care if you say China's a paper tiger. If America isn't there, no matter how weak China may seem or may not seem, it's completely uncertain because they're a fucking walled-off nation. It's they're gonna fill the void. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be Russia. Could be India. We'll see. I hope India does well. Just for them. I got a love-hate relationship with Indians, man. I'm not gonna say I got a love-hate relationship with Indians. But I don't know, man. I'm just saying it's like saying, I don't know, capitalism sucks, and saying capitalism sucks in a vacuum. Like, yeah, fair enough, but what are the alternatives to capitalism right now? Or what are the alternatives to, like, religions, you know? There's always, like things are better than other things. These systems, like, this power relationship has to exist. It always will exist.
something like $200 billion of COVID payment fraud taken by fraudsters out of the country.
Out of the country, yeah.
That's like I think, listen, if there's going to be fraud, it should at least be domestic.
Yeah.
So.
Billionaire given power by the government talks about how easy it is to take advantage of the government. Lamau, you can't make this up.
Yeah, don't forget, thank you for the 5 there, Pizza Man. Jesus Christ, dude, this guy's fortune is built on government subsidies. His first 6 or $7 billion came entirely from government subsidies. He's not even from America. He's from South Africa. He's an immigrant who built his fortune off government subsidies. Like, I feel like. Can you do the video audio bit? Yeah, I got you. James, I may be a midwit, but at least I'm honest. Yeah, no, this is it's Archet, why do you half hate Indians? I want them to do good. There's too many Indians in Toronto. It's a little annoying, but that's my gut reaction. On my heart wishes them well. My heart wishes Indians well.
You know. But they managed to get $200 billion out of the country. I'm like, what? Didn't we notice that?
Let me ask you, let's do immigration here for a second. You know, there's this move now that Trump's latest thing is that he's going to cut funding, any kind of money that ends up in the hands of illegal immigrants. So if you're funding these sanctuary cities and states, that's how they thrive, right? They're paying for these hotels. That's all federal money. If you got a hotel in your city, in New York, you got all these hotels full of migrants, that's not state money. That's the feds are covering that. He's going to cut all that. It's really hard to deport 15 million people. And it seems like the move now.
He's deported less people than Biden did in the same time last year, by the way. I think by 50% less. I believe Biden's numbers were 80,000 and Trump's numbers are like 37,000. So I gotta fact check that. Trump deports less than Biden. There we go. Last year in office. Yeah, 37. Sorry, it was 57,000 from Biden. Deported 37,000 people during his first month in office. Previously unpublished U.S. Department of Homeland Security data shows far less than the monthly average of 57,000 removals and returns in the last year of Joe Biden's administration. So there you go. He's fucking. He's. I don't know. We're a month in, man. He's fucking up the one thing he said he'd. You know what looks really nice on TV? You know what's a really nice spectacle? When armed soldiers raid homes in Chicago and pull fucking children and parents out of houses by force. You know what's a nice spectacle? When that video of them that the White House Twitter page posted called illegal immigrant deportation ASMR of people walking with shackles around their fucking ankles onto a plane. That looks nice on TV. That looks nice for your fucking base, man. But this is it's just. Did anyone else see it? Sorry, I gotta bring that up. That was like. You want to talk about radicalizing? You want to talk about being fucking radicalized? Is immigrant ASMR. See if I can find this posts.
We must have an hegemon until we realize we don't.
Or is it this? I gotta see. Yeah, here we go. The White House ASMR illegal alien deportation flights. There you go. They're gonna take people who are in the same position of many people come to this country, or many people go to America who look for a better life. Yeah, they're gonna wrap them up in chains like slaves and prisoners. How about a path to citizen? Like, why don't you figure out who the ones not committing crimes are, who the ones that actually want to build a life here, and give them a path to citizenship? Because they seem to be economically useful and they fit well into our country. How about that? It's the White House page, by the way. This is the gray check mark White House Twitter page. Yeah, radicalized. They illegally invaded the country. They are invaders. Yeah. What if they? I don't understand. It's a legal issue though. It's not a moral. It's not a character issue. It's a legal issue.
Did you watch Sam Hyde Dear Elon video?
I watched a bit of it. I'm kind of disenfranchised with Sam. It seems like he's very clearly just just come out as a white supremacist, man. Like you're still funny. I still love world peace. I think a lot of his projects are hilarious. I love the MDE team as a media group as what they've created. But like, America's for Americans. Everyone knows what an American is. I'm like, just say it, dude. Like, don't be a pussy. Just explicitly say it, man. At this point, no one's gonna get angry at you for just saying America's white. Don't dance around the topic.
Now is let's see if we, especially at the rate that we're going, it seems like the move now is let's make it so that they leave on their own. If there's no longer a dole system for them, if they can't get their hands on hotel rooms and money, they're going to go back, especially if there's no work.
Well, I think it's really important for people to understand that the Biden administration sent any possible money that they could if there was money they could send to facilitate and amplify illegal immigration, they sent it. Okay, they took money from FEMA meant for helping Americans in distress and sent that money to luxury hotels for illegal immigrants in New York. That is an outrage. They actually did that. And not only that, even after the president signed an executive order saying it has to stop, the FEMA, the sort of whatever deep state bureaucrats still pressed send on $80 million last week to go to the Roosevelt Hotel in New York and other places last week. And now they're mad that it got stopped, and they're like trying to sue to have it be restored. It's like the gumption is
You think they're creating a new voter class? Would you think that was the goal when they opened up the borders for 4 years? Create a new voter class, get them citizenship, get them in, green cards, vote.
A lot of these things, like you don't actually have to assume some grand conspiracy. You just need to look at base.
That's good. That's the most base thing Elon's ever said. That's the most base thing Elon said in this entire interview is he says some retarded conspiracy theory. Elon says, don't create a conspiracy theory. That's good.
Basic incentives.
Benefits.
So if the incentives, fundamentally, if the probability that an illegal is going to vote Democrat at some point, whether it's cheating, but eventually they can become citizens. But if the probability is like 80, 90%, you just look at California, which is supermajority Dem.
Sorry here. Didn't most Mexican men vote for Trump last year? Isn't that sort of the, isn't that like a thing? Sorry, I'm getting my facts wrong here, maybe. Maybe I'm a little confused, huh? But isn't it like second generation Mexicans traditionally become conservative? Second generation Mexicans actually assimilate so well they don't even learn Spanish. I believe the majority of them don't even know Spanish, and they vote conservative. Right? Sorry, am I? Come on. Maybe I'm a little crazy there, huh? Getting a little conspiratorial, huh?
And then the incentive is to maximize the number of illegals in the country. That is why the Biden administration
is objectively not true.
Pushing to get in as many illegals as possible and spend every dollar possible to get as many, because every one of them is a customer. Every one of them is a voter.
Yeah.
Not true. That's like a bold-faced lie. It's objectively not true. There's never been data to back that up. I can maybe, look, I'm talking about Mexicans. I'm sure if maybe non-Mexican immigrants, I don't know the data on that. I don't know the numbers. Nobody hates Mexicans more than conservative Mexicans. Legal immigrants are anti-immigrant, obviously, except for family reunification, because they cannot afford the competition of the society. My dad is a second-generation Cuban, and he, 1, doesn't know Spanish, and 2, loves Trump and anything that's not woke. Do you think Elon eats box? No, I think I bet you know, like Jean-Paul Sartre. There's like this. It's not a conspiracy. It's like a theory with Jean-Paul Sartre's work. Is that Jean-Paul Sartre really hated sex. He thought sex was super disgusting. I kind of feel like Elon is in the. I feel like Elon thinks like vaginas are icky. I get the sense like that's his kind of approach. Is that? Democrats only, when it's in areas, let illegals vote. There's plenty of data. Look at the map where voter ID is not required. Yes, there's very conservative on social issues, which is why they voted Trump, but they're politically uneducated in general. Vaginas turned to dust around Elon.
So the
Well, I don't know. Many fucked Grimes.
thing was a giant voter importation scam.
Pretty obvious.
Very obvious.
That's a crazy thing to say.
And then-
That's a crazy thing to say because they won the election by a decent margin. They have a super majority. Like, they won the election. How can you say there's a voter importation scam when you won the election and when you won the male Mexican vote? Like, it's just those facts don't line up.
And then, moreover, then they actually created the CVP1 voter app thing, where they were, which is like where they would literally fly people in. It's not like like at the point at which, people are being flown in at your expense.
Sending planes,
like building
to
a
pick people
wall
up,
doesn't
fly
matter.
them over the border.
Yeah, they're literally flying them in.
No other country in the world would do something like this. Nobody is this stupid.
Yeah, and then we found that it was like $100 million contract given to some guy in London, actually, oddly enough, for the
Reminder,
CVP1 app.
oligarchs lie.
So they're flying illegals into the swing states.
Yeah.
And if you've got like a margin of victory of maybe 20,000 people, and you fly 200,000 illegals into that state, it's not going to be a swing state for long.
Change the numbers eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe in 4 or 8 years, you're
Exactly.
talking about
It's
perpetual
just a matter
power.
of time.
It's a long game.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
So it might take like a year for an asylum seeker or something to get a green card, and then 5 years for the citizenship. It's an investment that is guaranteed to pay off.
Yeah.
Just a question of when.
They all remember who brought them in and who left them here.
Exactly.
Exactly. I want to go back. I want to talk about Biden.
This is a big deal. Like I think a lot of people don't quite appreciate that this was an
Oligarchs do not deserve benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, fuck them.
actual real scam at scale to tilt the scales of democracy in America.
It's treasonous.
Treason.
Yeah. One more Biden question. I remember when they would do the electric car stuff, they would always try to box you out, even though you have the only electric car anybody wants.
Yeah.
You said, I think this week, that you think that Biden left these astronauts up in space because he didn't want to give you an opportunity to save them, make NASA look bad, make the private sector look better, make you look good. You believe that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, of course.
I kind of agree. Why would he want to let you help them come down when you're supporting the president?
I mean, the Biden administration was attacking me next level.
Yeah.
The Department of Justice, or Injustice under the Biden administration, was,
Yeah.
They were suing SpaceX. They're suing SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers. And we're like, but it's actually illegal for us to hire asylum seekers because rocket technology is covered under ITAR rules, which means it's an advanced weapons technology.
Yeah.
And so we can only hire.
Wait, SpaceX sued, didn't hire asylum seekers. Here we go. Department of Justice. Justice Department sues SpaceX for discriminating against asylees and refugees in hiring. The Justice Department filed a lawsuit against space exploration technology company SpaceX for discriminating against asylees and refugees in hiring. The lawsuit alleges that from September 2018 to May 2022, SpaceX routinely discouraged asylees and refugees from applying and refused to hire or consider them because of their citizenship status in violation of the Immigration and Nationality Act. In job postings and public statements over several years, SpaceX wrongly claimed that under federal regulations known as export control laws, SpaceX could only hire U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents, sometimes referred to as green card holders. Export control laws impose no such hiring restrictions. Moreover, asylees and refugees' permission to live and work in the United States does not expire, and they stand on equal footing with U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents under export control laws. Under these laws, companies like SpaceX can hire asylees and refugees for the same positions they would hire U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents. And once hired, asylees and refugees can access export-controlled information and materials without additional government approval, just like U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents. Our investigation found that SpaceX failed to fairly consider or hire asylees and refugees because of their citizenship status and imposed what amounted to a ban on their hire regardless of their qualification in violation of federal law, said Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark of the Department of Justice Department's Civil Rights Division. Our investigation also found that SpaceX recruiters and high-level officials took actions that actively discouraged asylees and refugees from seeking work opportunities at the company. Asylees and refugees have overcome many obstacles in their lives, and unlawful employment discrimination based on their citizenship status should not be one of them. So is he talking about, are these people who are like here legally? Yeah, if they're asylees and refugees, like they're there legally. Kind of with legal employment practices, seek relief that allows asylees and refugees to fairly compete for job opportunities and contribute to their talents to SpaceX workforce. The department's lawsuit alleges that SpaceX discriminated against asylees and refugees based on citizenship status at multiple stages of the hiring process. I don't know. Yeah, but like if he's breaking a law, that's totally reasonable. Why would you? I don't understand why he's discouraging them from joining. No, I know they're not citizens, but they're permanent residents. Yeah. Does anyone know? As long as there's people with $100,000, can anyone expand on this for me? No, I know. Permanent resident and citizen are not the same. SpaceX only hired U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents. SpaceX recruits and hires for a variety of positions, including welders, cooks, crane operators, baristas, and dishwashers, as well as information technology specialists, software engineers, business analysts, rocket engineers, and marketing professionals. The jobs at issue in the lawsuit are not limited to those that require advanced degrees. Oh, fuck, interesting. Oh, so it extends to, like, janitors and shit, too? Asylees and refugees are migrants to the United States who have fled persecution to obtain their status. They undergo thorough vetting by the United States government under the INA. Under the INA, employers cannot discriminate against them in hiring unless a law, regulation, executive order, or government contract requires the employer to do so. In this instance, no law, regulation, executive order, or government contract required or permitted SpaceX to engage in the widespread discrimination against asylees or refugees that the department's investigation found, as explained in the complaint. Because SpaceX works with certain goods, software, technology, and technical data referred to here as export-controlled items, SpaceX must comply with export control laws and regulations, including the International Traffic in Arms Regulations and the Export Administration Regulations. Under these regulations, asylees, refugees, lawful permanent residents, U.S. citizens, and U.S. nationals working at U.S. companies can access export-controlled items without any authorization from the U.S. government. Therefore, these laws do not require SpaceX to treat asylees and refugees differently than U.S. citizens or green card holders. The United States... This seems like pretty... this doesn't seem like that big of a deal, though. It seems like weird phrasing. If you are a legal refugee, claimant, or asylum seeker in America, you can seek employment. Musk is just lying with mega talking points so it amplifies with the cult. Yeah, this just seems like not that big of an issue. I mean, it seems like a big issue if he's like breaking the law by not allowing these people to work there. But is that again? It's like a semantic issue, right? It's like the language issue. It's the same thing by going into and being obsessed with like woke language. Like it just has the word asylee and refugee. So people are like, oh, this is bad, but it just seems like he's breaking the law pretty outright. Am I crazy? Am I crazy here? I don't know. I'm not a fucking legal expert, man. I'm not a legal expert here. Anyway, look. I don't want to finish this, to be honest, man. I'm pretty sick of Elon. We'll go into more maybe on the next stream we'll go into more Elon stuff. This is just pretty. I don't know. It's just such a. I want to see the end. I want to see the end.
I gave you a tough one at the end.
The side of good. You want to just elaborating on something, which is, I grew up in South Africa, but my morality was informed by America. I read comic books, played Dungeons and Dragons, and I watched American TV shows, and it seemed like America cared about being the good guys, about doing the right thing. And And that's actually pretty unusual, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like
In the world, it's very unusual.
Yeah, it's not like actually.
Most countries don't do that.
No, they don't.
No.
And so I was.
Yeah, the great example of Elon being informed by America's hegemonic power. America being the cultural leader of the world, which is a good thing, which they are trying to fucking undo.
Like, yeah, you know, you want to be this good. You want to be on the side of good. You want to care about what's right, and yeah. So that's
Yeah.
what I believe in.
Oh my god, he's the fucking worst speaker.
You know, so.
I just want to see him walk around again.
That's great. That's great. Elon Musk.
All right,
you're the
thank
man.
you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Hey guys.
Get the chainsaw, Elon. Grab the chainsaw. Grab the fucking crypto rug pull chainsaw. Again, this is a 50-year-old man, the richest man in the world, holding a chainsaw that the fucking meme president of Argentina gifted him, and wearing a shirt that says, "I'm not procrastinating, I'm doing side quests." There we go. This is one of the most powerful men in the world. Probably one of those powerful men to ever exist in American history. Right here.
Sure. Thank you.
Dark Gothic Mega becoming the meme. Hey man, I can't. Fuck it. Fuck it, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. The meme explosions, man. Was the chainsaw gifted before or after the Libra rug pull? I think it was. The Libra rug pull was pretty recent. I think it was before. This is like, yeah, this is CPAC. No, this would have been after the Libra rug pull. Who cares about his t-shirt? It's because he's a fucking loser. Oh, goddamn. Anyway, what's next on the thing? AFD party. Get into that. Germany just held elections. I want to look into this. I want to look into these German elections. Because actually, that was painful. Yeah, it was fucking absolutely painful, man. Yeah, I'm interested in... I don't know much about the AFD. I feel like these are just... There's so many things you just see... there's so many... Like, so social media, right? Social media now just infects your brain with buzzwords constantly. I think USAID is a good example. USAID is like something I never thought about or had a concept of. And then all of a sudden it's like I'm not going to pretend to understand the inner workings of USAID or be like an expert on that apparatus here, okay? But watch the Channel 4 piece on the election in Germany. Oh yeah, Channel 4 piece election in Germany. Yeah, actually, I'll pull that up after this. That sounds interesting. Why is there a bunch of, what is this, Turkish or Finnish? Why is there always Finnish stuff in my recommended? Or like Lithuania, Estonia. Yeah. AFD. That's all I'm saying. Is it just AFD is like one of these things that it's just, I don't know. I hear it thrown around a lot. They came in second though, right? They placed second behind the center-right party in Germany in the elections today. So, sorry, Channel 4 or Channel 5? Channel 5. Was it Channel 5 that did the German election video? No, maybe it was Channel 4.
Black, red and gold, the colours of the German flag, celebrated by a party that has wrapped itself in
antibiotics
it.
better value than boom.
The AfD are the rising insurgents of German politics, shunned by the political establishment, but not by an increasing number of voters. Led by Alice Weidel, an openly gay former Goldman Sachs banker and now the darling of the populist hard right.
Burkas, Kopftuchmädchen und alimentierte Messermänner.
Burkas, girls with headscarves, men with knives on benefits, and other
You can tell she's a lesbian because she's wearing a 36mm Rolex.
lowlifes won't bring prosperity to Germany, she told the Bundestag. With their anti-woke and anti-immigration rhetoric, their merch and their unashamed German nationalism, they're all about making Germany great again. But that's not the only inspiration they're getting from Trump land.
So you're doing the right thing, is what I'm saying.
Enter Elon Musk, their supersized friend from the other side of the ocean, who's trying his very best to promote the AfD and Weidel as the future of Germany. He hosted her on X, and she was the only German party leader who spent quality time with Vice President Vance in Munich last week. Elon Musk, he's called your party the only hope for Germany.
He's damn right.
So can you foresee a day when your party leader,
German
Alice
guilt
Weidel,
pride is
actually
over.
becomes the Chancellor of Germany?
Absolutely, and that's going to be rather sooner than later.
Not so fast, and more from her later. But the man most likely to get the top job is Friedrich Merz, the head of the Christian Democrats, Angela Merkel's old party. Remember her? Crucially, he's moved his party to the right, driven by the AfD, by the issue of immigration, but also by events like this. An attack in Munich last week in which a failed Afghan asylum seeker drove his car into a crowd, killing a mother and child. It was the third attack in 3 months, and another reason for the AfD to push its agenda for mass deportation, or what they call remigration.
Muslim migrants. We have a problem with them, and they are changing our way of living.
This is a multicultural society, whether you like it or not. That's what it's become over the years. How will you reverse that without forcibly removing hundreds of thousands of people?
We will remove hundreds of thousands of people. We expect them to leave on their own.
Well, they may not want to leave. This is their home now.
No, it's not. They came here applying for asylum because there was a war in their home country. When the war is over, and the war is over, they have to leave. And if they don't leave deliberately, voluntary basis, we have to force them out. Yeah.
This is the temporary home of some of the people the AfD wants removed by force if necessary. Tempelhof Airport in the heart of Berlin, a building that has witnessed the flux of German history. Built by Hitler, it then became the lifeline of West Berlin during the Cold War. In 2015, 3 of its giant hangars were opened as a refugee camp, proof of what the Germans used to call Willkommenskultur, or welcome culture.
Das ist meine Band.
That's your
Ich bleib hier.
Jerry from Nigeria escaped political...
Drag!
What's up, brother? Looking at the German election.
German guilt pride is over.
It's true.
You know, nobody hates the center right more than the far right.
Yeah, I think the far right didn't win. The center right won.
I know, but the far right came in second, and the alternative for Deutschland. That's a direct reference to Angela Merkel, who said when she did some bailout, there is no alternative to liberal capitalism. And they said, yes, there
What's
is.
up, Jereg?
Third
JF.
position, if you will, between communism and capitalism.
Between communism and capitalism, third position. I don't know anything about the AfD. This is what I'm doing right now. I'm not making a... I don't know what's up.
I know all about the AfD.
Do you?
Yeah, they're descended from the they have some ties to the Nazi Party of Germany, the NPD.
Do they?
Yeah, a few.
A few ties?
Yeah.
Okay.
And but the leader of the AfD is a lesbian.
I know, I saw that.
With a Sri Lankan wife.
I saw that.
Very post-racial, post-sexual fascism of her.
Yeah. Fascinating. You gotta make that post-racial fascism video.
I do.
It's gonna get ripped out from under you.
Yeah.
Any day now.
Any day. It's probably already has.
You gotta make that video. Get on. What are you doing? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Go make a YouTube video.
Sure, I gotta make a YouTube video.
Go make a YouTube video. I made a YouTube video today.
You did?
Yeah, the gamification of everything. Filmed it.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna make 4 videos after this.
4?
It's clips.
Oh yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Violence at home and has been busy learning German to get his asylum papers.
Das ist der Schrank.
Ja, mein Schrank, wer meine Kleidung ist working.
Your German is good, Jerry. Du sprichst gut Deutsch.
I hope so.
His 3 roommates are all from Syria and they're all increasingly afraid of being deported.
You feel unsafe of what is going on in the political arena now. Yeah. You feel and you don't know where you are coming out. You have to be scared because you think everybody have the same mindset.
Yeah. Hello, you speak a bit of English?
Yeah.
Oh, good, excellent. You're from Albania?
Yeah.
Arketa has escaped gang violence with her 2 teenage children.
What will happen to you back in Albania?
I don't know if I will be alive, and I am afraid for my children.
So if you had a message to the government here, if you could talk to them directly, what would you say?
I want to work to pay the German government, not to take from them.
You want to contribute, you want to work,
yes, of course.
you want to be part of the society.
Yes.
Sascha Langenbach, a veteran of the refugee system, represents a German mindset that is going out of fashion.
We need these young people. I mean, if you look on the construction sites in Berlin, everywhere, people are not longer called by German names like Stefan or Andreas. They are called Mohammed, Ashraf, Mustafa. And they are working very hard, and we need these people.
And so the bigger point, Germany's old economic model relying on American security, Russian energy and China's market is broken. Replacement needed.
Joining me now is Thomas Hallmann, an MP from his party. Thomas, it's good to see you. I mean, I just heard your party leader say that he knew America 40 years ago and he loved the country then, but the America of today is fundamentally different. How much of a problem will Donald Trump be for Chancellor Merz, assuming that he gets the job?
It will be a huge problem, as it is for the entire of Europe, and Merz doesn't have a chance to build a relationship with him.
Andrew?
So we are in the middle of huge conflicts, specifically because of the Ukraine, but also about tariffs, and therefore it will be a huge problem.
And of course, one of the promises of Mr. Merz is that he will try and reboot the German economy, which is having enormous problems. You know, China is not buying your cars or washing machines. You haven't got possibly the American safety umbrella, and of course, no more cheap Russian energy. Is he able to do any of those things?
He will have some positive impact, but the circumstances in general in the world are open, and it will have an effect on the German economy, and I believe German voters will consider that.
What about the AfD? I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the AfD, including us. They have pushed some of Merz's agenda, especially on migration, further to the right. And is he going to live up to his promise never to do business with them in the Bundestag?
Me personally, I believe so. I hope it will stay for the next decade. I mean, you have in the UK the same problem. The Tories went further right, and the result is that Farage is going to win, and we should not
win
do the
something.
same.
Yes, we're not sure what he's going to win.
He leads the polls, certainly. But
See, there's a AFD explained. CBC, Channel 4 News, BBC News. Give me an alternative media on this. Yeah, Daily Wire News, Associated Press, German elections, Daily Wire News, France, BBC. Give me like a fucking. Is there a good like real life lore video on the AFD? How about this? Let's go Guardian. Fuck it. Let's go Guardian. See if I have a goddamn, huh?
The far right alternative.
Oh, it's not. I totally thought DW was Daily Wire. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm never beating the fucking retard allegations. I never have. I never will beat the retard allegations. That's just my life. That's my lot in life. I'm just a guy I'm just a fucking ape trying to figure it out. Why do you think my profile picture's a gorilla?
Germany party has won Sunday's election in the eastern state of Thuringia, where it's considered by German intelligence to be an extremist organization that threatens democracy.
The first far-right party projected to win a state election since the Second World War.
Ein historischer Sieg. Sollte der Kanzler Olaf Scholz die Konsequenzen ziehen und die Koffer packen und die Stühle räumen.
The AfD is a far-right party that was founded 11 years ago, and its DNA is quite interesting because it didn't begin as this anti-immigration, anti-Islam party. Its focus was actually the Eurozone crisis and was started by these German economists, so quite straight-laced men who were critical of the bailouts that were being provided by Germany to countries of Southern Europe.
There are countries which clearly cannot live up to the competitive pressure exerted by the euro. We ask for a gradual withdrawal of the southern European countries from the Eurozone.
And then the party, in the course of that time, has really morphed into what we see today. And with each change of leadership over the last decade, you've seen it get more and more radical.
Ich kann Ihnen sagen, Burkas, Kopftuchmädchen und alimentierte Messermänner und sonstige Taugenichtse werden unseren Wohlstand, das Wirtschaftswachstum und vor allem den Sozialstaat nicht.
In its current iteration, the AfD believes that immigration and asylum should be either completely halted or restricted beyond recognition.
Wir haben heute in Thüringen mit der starken AfD der Deindustrialisierung Deutschlands eine Absage erteilt, der Deindustrialisierung Thürings und der Multikulturalisierung Deutschlands und Thürings.
And there are pockets of the party that are also extremely critical of Germany's culture of historical remembrance.
Wir brauchen so dringend wie niemals zuvor diese erinnerungspolitische Wende um 180 Grad. Liebe Freunde, wir brauchen.
In other words, penance for the Holocaust, a rejection of everything that happened during the Nazi period. They haven't hidden any of their beliefs or rhetoric at all. They're quite strident.
I'm still confused though. Are they just like what is their platform? Is it just anti-immigration? Well, they came second, 151 seats. Damn, that's fucking huge. Jesus Christ, 20%. Alternative for Germany, Wikipedia. Fuck it. Sorry, I'll hop to better sources in a second. Just let me read the Wikipedia article, please. I'm cooked. I'm European and caught a Canadian stream. God bless you. God fucking bless you. Francisco Leah. What do we got here? Opposes immigration into Germany, especially Muslim immigration. The aim of the party reflects its resistance to uncontested and mainstream parties, policies of Angela Merkel, and her insistence on alternativelessness, a German version of there is no alternative. The Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Germany's domestic intelligence agency, has classified the party as a suspect extremist organization. Established in 2015, but yeah, to learn that people who want to take the countries out of the Eurozone. AfD was founded by Christian, opposed the policy of the Eurozone, right-wing, moderately Eurosceptic, alternative to center-right, but pro-European CDU. Characterized by German nationalism, Volksist nationalism. I don't give a fuck about your words, man. Several state associations and other factions of AfD have been linked or accused of harboring connections with far-right nationalists and proscribed movements such as Pegida. That's a fucking dude. They've got to get better names. Richt and the identitarian movement, and of employing historical revisionism as well as xenophobic rhetoric. They have been observed by various state officials for the protection of the Constitution. Since 2018, AfD's leadership has denied that the party is racist and has been internally divided on whether and to endorse such groups. In January 2022, after a lost power struggle, party leader Joran Methuen resigned and his party chairmanship effective immediately and left the AfD, as he claimed he came to acknowledge that the party had developed very far to the right with totalitarian traits, and in large parts was no longer based on the liberal democratic basic order. Former party chairman and co-founder of the AfD, Luck, had left in 2015 with the same remark. Interesting. The party is the strongest in the areas of the former communist Democratic Republic of East Germany, especially the states of Saxony and Thuringia, largely due to economic and integration issues that continue to persist post-reunification. Addition to East Germany's voters' perceived propensity for strongman rule, in the 2021 elections, federal elections, AfD fell from 3rd to 5th place. Okay, this is giving me nothing. I just want, like, AfD party policy. Conversation. American Jewish Committee, NBC. Manifesto for Germany. Here we go. Just right from their fucking website. 96 pages. Oh my god, 96 fucking pages. Preamble. We are liberals and conservatives. We are free citizens of our nation. We are staunch supporters of democracy. I don't want to read a 96-page... Can I just have a list of things? Britannica. BBC. ADL. The far Alternative for Deutschland looks to become the second largest party in Germany parliament following the elections on February 23rd. Polls ahead of the election and exit polls suggest they could receive around 20% of the final vote tally. The rise of the AfD is striking given the country's history of authoritarianism and National Socialism during the 1930s and 1940s. For decades, far-right movements were generally stigmatized and treated as pariahs. Political elites, mainstream parties, and the media and civil society effectively marginalized the far-right and limited its electoral prospects. The AfD's breakthrough of the 2017 federal election shattered the status quo, winning 12.6% of the vote and securing 94 Bundestag seats. It became Germany's third largest party, unlocking viable political space to the right of center party CDU for the first time in the post-war era. AfD dubbed the party professors, blah, 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 far-right views. Today, the party can unequivocally be classified as far-right. This umbrella term captures the growing links between populist radical right, illiberal democratic and extreme right, anti-democratic parties and movements. Ideologically, the far right is characterized by nativism and authoritarianism. Xenophobic form of nationalism, which holds that non-native elements form a threat to homogeneous nation state. In Germany, nativism carries historical legacy. Bolshevik nationalism was one of the core ideas of the 19th and early 20th centuries and was broadly adopted by National Socialism to justify deportations and ultimately the Holocaust. The AfD has evolved into a far-right party by continuously radicalizing its positions. It acted like a Trojan horse, importing Volkisch, I cannot fucking read German, nationalist ideology into the parliamentary and public arena, which used to be blocked by the gatekeeping mechanism of German democracy. The AfD carved out a niche for itself by advocating stricter anti-immigration policies. This came in response to the so-called refugee crisis, when then-Chancellor Angela Merkel welcomed more than 1 million asylum seekers into Germany, and its campaign kickoff rally in January 2025. AfD's Chancellor candidate Alice Weidel vowed to implement large-scale repatriations or repatriation of immigrants. Art Chad, you don't have to read any of that stuff. I already did. It's just Russian funding extremist parties to break up the Eurozone, and in Canada, the U.S. alliance, aka the Western liberal rules based. They're like Georgia Maloney's party. They have far-right roots and partly far-right base. If they ever get into power, they'll just get absorbed by the system and become moderate. Central Americans, because of more agriculture, had much more settled and advanced civilization compared to our northern cousins. Interesting. Besides liberatory language against Muslims, no huge red flags. Yeah, I can't really... Have you read Dugin? I've only read... What is it? The geopolitical... Roots of Geopolitics. What is that book? I've skimmed that book. I've skimmed the main Dugin book. That's about it. I don't understand. Additionally, the party upholds the white nuclear family as an ideal and is pledged to dismiss university professors accused of promoting leftist woke gender ideology. The party also calls for the immediate lifting of sanctions against Russia and opposes weapons deliveries to Ukraine. Ooh, that guy. See, now we're getting juicy. I don't give a fuck about. I don't know. Everyone wants to get rid of immigrants. It's not like that's not news. I don't know if that makes you characteristically like saying it's a terrorist or not a terrorist organization, an extremist group. Seems a little hyperbolic because I'm not really. Am I missing something here? Is there any other like? Is there like a big elephant in the room with the AfD I'm like missing that makes them like truly terrifying? This seems pretty like just populist, like mega right. I don't really see the. I don't know if you're if you're really pro-immigration, I can see you thinking they're dangerous, but like I'm not getting the sense that how many super pro open border people are left. There's not many. It's like the world, like the first world's biggest issue right now is immigration across every first world country. Not every first world country. Actually, I guess kind of. It seems to be like Japan is very like. I mean, they've always been. Archad, good lord, reading Dugin and taking him seriously. LOL. May as well smoke crack. Hey, I'm not saying I took him seriously. I'm just saying I've skimmed foundations of geopolitics. Yeah, not that extreme. It's just like European politics is so leftward that a diet populist party is considered fascist. It seems dangerous mostly because it's Germany. And party members have done the Nazi salute. I mean, hey, look at fucking Steve Bannon and Musk. Where we're this is the norm now. This is just where we're at. Additionally, the party upholds. In recent years, the party has embraced far-right strategy of flooding the media and public discourse with controversy, misinformation, and inflammatory rhetoric to dominate attention and transgress traditional political norms. A striking example is former AfD leader Alexander Gauland's 2018 claim that the 12 years of Nazi rule were mere bird shit in over 1,000 years of successful German history. With this remark, he sought to reframe modern Germany as a continuation of its pre-1933 history while downplaying the significance of the Nazi era. Until recently, the far right was consistently excluded by mainstream political parties. It was a founding myth of the old Federal Republic of Germany that democratic forces do not cooperate with the far right. At least on the parliamentary level, this worked quite well as part of Germany's militant democracy. However, the political firewall has started to crumble. The AfD has since celebrated the election of its first mayors at the local level. The success of the AfD has especially been fueled by the narrative of a refugee crisis in Germany. Harsh political rhetoric around migration has contributed to the party's electoral success, as well as mainstream adoption of some of its positions. Oddly enough, the AfD is especially successful in rural, remote areas with low levels of migration. It is weak in more globalized, university-oriented urban areas. Ahead of the 2025 elections, Friedrich Merz, the lead candidate of the CDU, broke a long-standing political taboo when his proposal to tighten asylum policies narrowly passed in the Bundestag with backing from the AfD. Meanwhile, German media have increasingly treated AfD representatives as legitimate political contenders. Once marginalized in the political debates, they are now regularly invited to talk shows. They have received international legitimacy from figures such as U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and ex-voter Elon Musk. This election may give an indication of how far the AfD's normalization will go and how it will affect Germany's political future. Beyond electoral success, the main question will be to what extent mainstream parties will incorporate far-right ideas into their political agenda. What is already clear, however, is that the political landscape has shifted. The boundaries that were once kept the far-right in the margins are no longer firm as they once were. It's crazy to think that lefties were roasted for saying Nazis are back a year or two ago, and now world leaders are doing Nazi salutes. I stopped watching Destiny recently because of the same shit that went down. Same with me, brother. I watched like a bit of his statement. I got through like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, "Fuck, dude." He doesn't even bring up what happened. Like, he doesn't even like reference explicitly the thing that happened in the statement. But he thought the economy's all being fucked up because of COVID was the reason for this shit. What do you think? I don't know, man. I just like the immigration crisis, the refugee crisis in Europe was, impossible to ignore. Like Sweden covered up rapes of people. That's not a conspiracy theory, right? And especially, look, I do have sympathy for Canada's a multicultural society. So is America. Objectively, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about those being multicultural countries. If you look at a country like Germany or Sweden or any European country, those aren't multicultural countries by definition. They are like a group, they're like an ethnicity with thousands of years of history each, If you're going to make, especially as a lefty, it's interesting to see lefties in Canada make a land back argument claiming that, this land doesn't belong to us. Okay, so under that same logic, how is How is Sweden not a country for the Swedes? You know, how is Finland not a country for the Finnish? I understand Germany's different because it's like a fucking 500 micronations basically. But I don't know. It makes sense. I'm not going to. Or again, if you're like an Israel, if you're like a center left supporter of Israel, you know, and you're gonna say Israel belongs to the Jews. Okay, so by your logic, all European countries should be ethically homogenous with the people that have populated them for thousands of years, or for thousands of years basically, right? It's insane. So I don't know. I'm sympathetic to Europeans being increasingly and more upset at multiculturalism than Americans and Canadians. Like, if I look at the Canadian problem, right? Canada's biggest issue is that we brought in too many people too fast from one country. And we have an overrepresentation of an Indian minority in Canada. There's not enough jobs. The jobs they are taking are shit, and it's spreading the GDP thinner amongst a larger group of people. It's not actually growing the economy. And we brought in so many at once. It's just like, you can't ignore it. But immigration's always worked in Canada, especially. And immigration's always worked in America. But to flood, to take a country like, I'm going to keep saying Sweden, I guess, but take a country like Sweden and just flood it with another group of people. I don't know. It'd be like, Israel wouldn't put up with that. Imagine if Israel brought in 1 million Moroccans or something, or 1 million Syrians. Like, that just wouldn't fucking happen. Maybe Israel's a bad example. Did you see that video of Ben Shapiro talking about Syria? And he's like, Syria is a made-up country. It's an idea created after World War II. As if that argument doesn't apply to Israel. It takes 3 generations to successfully integrate immigrants. There will always be a few terrible stories where the Syrian refugee that killed the girl in Burnaby, BC. Yeah, no, Israel is openly an ethnic state. When you let a lot of people flood a nation, they never assimilate. They exist as a subset that is often contentious with the native population. I'm 100% for immigration, but not open doors. Yeah, no, same. It's ridiculous. I mean, like, we're not at the point, again, and maybe it's different in Europe because Europe's way more left-leaning, or like Western Europe is way more left-leaning across the board. But, yeah, there's not many people left making the open borders argument. The normal opinion to have is that, like, immigration works when it's at slow rates with skilled workers. Anybody would agree with that, right? Or most people would agree with that. That's a very acceptable opinion to take, to just be like, there's very few places that will call you like openly racist if you state that now. Maybe like 2016, 2018, that was different. But now it's not the case. Does that make sense? Yeah. I love Indian food, sort of off topic. Said all the best Indian restaurants died in COVID. Immigration can work if the cultures are similar and if it's done slowly. Yeah, look at how well Filipinos do in Canada. Canadians love Filipinos because we're both Christian countries, right? AFD party. AFD. What if I just look at? I don't want a news source. I want a talking head. I want a YouTuber to explain this to me. New York Times opinion. Let's see this guy. I like the New York Times. Man, my computer is so slow right now. Jesus Christ almighty. Why is it so slow?
Guten Tag.
Okay, wait. Leftists cannot acknowledge the argument of the right wing as anything other than racist and bigoted because that is all they have and what their base will respond to. Filipinos are my brothers always in faith and in blood. Filipinos are awesome. I know. Look at the Filipino glazing. No one is making open border arguments. No, yeah, exactly. We're talking about like 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds on fucking universities. Like, that's who gives a fuck? If an uneducated kid is making an open borders argument and yelling at Charlie Kirk about it to get views, it's not a representation of public opinion.
From Germany, the country that needs saving, according to Elon Musk. But don't worry, we know what we are doing. And we know who we are. We are Germans. We are good at inventing long, complicated words, and we are really cool and relaxed. But of course, there's something else we Germans were really good at. Inventing Nazis. Germany may have lost 1 or 2 world wars, but we successfully turned it into a win. And we became Vergangenheitsbewältigungsweltmeister. We are world champions at confronting our history, a title we've held for 80 years in a row. We won this title by virtue signaling, but with a German twist. We are not just signaling virtue to others, but also to our own guilty conscience. Living in Germany means being constantly reminded of our past. Every day, 24/7, for now 80 years, we've been telling ourselves, never again. Remembrance of the Holocaust is everywhere in Germany, a country stacked with memorials. Memorials, 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 just in case we forget to never forget. Unfortunately, never again didn't come with a manual on how to never again. Our German extreme right party, the AfD, is projected to win almost every 5th vote in our national election this February. The party is called the Alternative für Deutschland, which literally means alternative for Germany. And they will probably become the second
Fuck, I forgot about the Holocaust. Oh, God damn it, I always forget about that.
largest party in German parliament, out of around half a dozen. Here is what one of the AfD's leading figures thinks of German never again.
Wir brauchen nichts anderes als eine erinnerungspolitische Wende 180 Grad.
I know it's subtle, but AfD's Björn Höcke might sound a bit Hitleresque, which is French for slightly concerning. Höcke recently won a state election in eastern Germany, securing the first far-right win in a state election since World War II. He, by the way, can legally be called a fascist, as the German court has ruled in one case. So, should the rest of the world be worried about a big German
But what did they do? I don't any hit piece I've seen on the AfD. I don't understand. Like, they never interject and be like, "Here's why." Is it just anti-immigration? I'm like missing the fucking point.
Fascist comeback? Jawohl, aber hallo, und zwar so richtig. Yes, you should be worried. Let me explain why. And since I'm German, my explanation, of course, will be pointlessly complicated and inspiringly brutal, like our traditional German bedtime stories. For instance, the one about a boy named Konrad who wouldn't stop sucking his thumbs until they were cut right off. Just for educational purposes, of course. So, the AfD was founded in 2013 and it primarily opposed EU policies. Then it quickly radicalized anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, anti-migrant, anti-establishment, anti-mainstream media. The AfD worked and works the authoritarian playbook. And now they are twisting the truth by hijacking our world-renowned, beautiful German language. Vogelschiss in der Geschichte. A speck of bird shit in German history. That's what one of the AfD's founders called Germany's Nazi past, meaning the Holocaust was just a speck of bird shit in our overall successful history. Success, of course, meaning constantly losing world wars. So far. When Elon Musk, the man who would never salute Nazis, recently interviewed AfD's chairwoman Alice Weidel on X, she gave another vibrant example on how AfD mastered blatant truth twisting.
The biggest success after that terrible era in our history was to label Adolf Hitler as right and conservative. He was exactly the opposite. He wasn't a conservative. He wasn't a libertarian. He was a communist, socialist guy.
Why not try a 180-degree turnaround from the truth? Let's try. But these obvious little rhetorical tricks are actually effective, thanks to one special German way to cope with our past. Geschichtsvergessenheit. Geschichtsvergessenheit means actively forgetting our, let me put it this way, ambiguous past, despite the endless memorials. Because honestly, having to confront your own history can be really, really exhausting.
This video is really annoying. I'm annoyed. Is anyone also like annoyed by this video? This seems like very.
For us Germans.
I just want to see something objective. Why can't I see something objective? Why can't I just see like here's what they do? I don't want. It's either hit pieces or glazing. That's all everything. Everything is either hit pieces or glazing. That's all fucking media is now.
But Geschichtsvergessenheit is not a concept the AfD just recently invented. In 1952, for instance, Konrad Adenauer, one of the founding fathers of our modern democratic Germany, signed a Wiedergutmachungsabkommen. A reparations agreement. Yet another beautiful, accessible German word. And did you know, also a pretty common girl's name in Bavaria. There's little Wiedergutmachungsabkommen. Look at her cute blonde pigtails.
This is like millennial cringe almost. This is like 2012 Vox Core.
Come over, Wiedergutmachungsabkommen. The Schweinebraten is ready in the oven. The Wiedergutmachungsabkommen was our post-war reparations agreement with Israel, but most modern democratic Germans have conveniently forgotten Adenauer's real motives.
Die Macht der Juden, auch heute noch, insbesondere in Amerika, soll man nicht unterschätzen. Und daher habe ich sehr überlegt und sehr bewusst, und das war von jeher meine Meinung, meine ganze Kraft daran gesetzt, so gut es ging, eine Versöhnung herbeizuführen zwischen dem jüdischen Volk und dem deutschen Volk.
In other words, beware. The Jews are still powerful, even though we try to kill them all. So from now on, we better be nice to them. And then all is wieder gut again. Thank you, Konrad Adenauer. But Nazis never really went away in both Germanys. In the 2000s, a neo-Nazi terrorist group murdered at least 10 people. Their racist crimes continued for years because the German public and police could not even fathom that neo-Nazis could be responsible. Instead, they just publicly blamed immigrants for supposedly killing each other. Why are we Germans so blatantly dismissive towards the collective affection for the far right? Partly because in Germany there's a discrepancy between collective memory and individual guilt. We acknowledge our grim past, never again, yada yada yada, but our ancestors, like personally, our families, ourselves, we had nothing to do with it whatsoever. Yes, my great-grandfather was in the Waffen-SS, but he was a cook. And the lasagna he made in Stalingrad tasted like Schuhsohlenauflauf. So basically, he tried to destroy the Waffen-SS from within. Where's his memorial? By virtue signaling to our own guilty conscience, we got rid.
Sorry, do I just not know this guy? You guys, everyone keeps saying it's satire, but I'm just like unfamiliar with who this character is.
Of our Nazi past. Germans have sworn to never again so many times that it became an empty phrase. And when a new right-wing leader calls for a 180-degree turnaround on never again, we also don't take it seriously because it somehow feels empty as well. Because no matter what we do, Germans can't be Nazis again. That's the space in which the AfD operates. They can say and do Nazi things as long as they aggressively deny that anyone was ever a Nazi. It's like giving the Hitler salute in front of a large crowd of right-wing extremists while denying being a Nazi. It's a narrative that seems to be successful.
Okay, enough of that. That's ridiculous. Just like, just not giving me what I want. Give me what I want, okay? Give me what I want. YouTube. Please. Was it just what? Why AfD far right? What is it? Germany, Washington Post, blah blah blah. Times of Israel. NBC's. If you don't like what you're hearing, maybe it's causing cognitive dissonance. They're not in power, they don't do things. More policy. There's not more to it. Let's go. The Tyler Oliveira video is not bad. I fucking hate Tyler Oliveira. There was just no strong examples of the AFC saying anything more crazy than anything out of MAGA. I mean, the coalition with the CDU. German conservatives lead election with far-right AfD in second place. X polls shows, blah, blah, blah. I feel like I already read this. Am I just... Wait, so inside the far-right blueprint 4. It's like... let's watch that. Inside the far-right blueprint. Yeah, I'm kind of a... I don't know, if it's just anti-immigration with some weird fucking wackos inside that's no different than MAGA.
There's a political party that's shaking Germany to its core. A party so despised by so many that when it meets for its national convention, thousands of people protest outside. A party so far to the right that it flirts with the language of extremists on immigration. A party seen as such a threat that elements in it are under official surveillance. A party that had to dump senior figures accused of ties to Russia and China. A party so controversial that all of Germany's mainstream parties say they would never work with it in government. In fact, a party with leading members who downplayed Nazi history, going too far for the most powerful leaders of Europe's far right. And yet, despite all this, it's a party that's thriving, saying it's the only...
Yeah, no, that's, JJ, that's a good point. Politics and nations can be confusing. Far-right Israel, for some reason, called liberal. I've said nothing outrageous, but the guy whose name is Send All Wingers to Death, Cams, asked me, why do I burn my crosses? Yeah, I feel like the AFD being far-right with their leader is a lesbo kind of retarded. I think Europeans just have a far higher standard of far-right because the Overton window is more left. Ayo, fuck whoever cursed us to live. Ayo, fuck whoever cursed us to live in interesting times.
True alternative to a failing establishment.
Denn wir sind die Alternative.
Die Alternative für Deutschland.
Für Deutschland.
This is the Alternative for Germany, or AFD, and millions of Germans are voting for it. The AFD is vying for political dominance in Germany's east, where the communists once ruled. In the European Parliament in Brussels, it's now Germany's second biggest party. But its real goal is national power in Berlin. And its leaders tell us they're playing a long game, and they're on track to a future in government.
Also ich glaube, realistisch wäre es ab dem Jahr 2029.
There's been nothing quite like this in Germany since the Second World War, and many Germans seem transfixed by this, either horrified or inspired by what they see. But what's getting less attention is what this party actually wants, particularly when it comes to foreign policy, what sort of a world it wants, and Germany's place in it. And you know what? If anything, this party's vision is more radical than many realize. So this is a deep dive into the worldview of the AFD. We speak to the co-leader of the party, Alice Weidel, its foreign policy spokesperson, Matthias Morsdorf, and its most powerful regional leader, Björn.
Oh my god, look at that fucking guy. Jesus Christ. Look at those eyes, dude. Look at those A10s. That's a philosopher. That's a future philosopher king right now.
Hooker. In part 1, a profound rejection of American leadership.
Die gesamte globale Sicherheitspolitik der USA ist doch ein Modell, was wirklich von gestern ist und nur noch Konflikte zeitigt.
We dig into the AFD's views on NATO and the Western alliance, and the deep questions they raise about war and peace in Europe. And in part 2, the AFD and the East. We unpack why the party wants to end support for Ukraine, and connect the dots to a focus on Eurasia, tying Germany closer to Russia and beyond, all the way to China.
Putins und Russlands Interessen wurden über 20 Jahre ignoriert. Das ist nun mal Fakt. Deutschland sollte den Schwerpunkt darauf legen, weiterhin gute wirtschaftliche und diplomatische Beziehungen zu China zu halten.
All this based on a foundation of...
Wait, so if they're pro... Okay, now I'm getting a bigger picture here. If they're pro Russia and China, why is Elon Musk and JD Vance supporting them? Just because they're anti-immigration? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Putting Germany first and rejecting the European Union.
It means we go out of that union and we cut all the financial support to that union and we talk about 30 billion euros a year.
Wir stehen für die Interessen Deutschlands ein und nicht für die Interessen eines anderen Landes.
Yes,
and if they were carried out, the AFD's ideas would transform...
Sorry, I don't know. I said a stupid thing there. Yeah, of course.
Germany's relationships. International experts tell us how.
That would be an ideal opening for Russia, and that would be very much Europe that Russia would want to see.
From China's worldview, the AFD's perspectives fit right in.
They're not even clear whether they would honor Article 5 and defend countries like Poland or the Baltic states in the future.
If Germany didn't come to the defense of the Baltic states, that's at the end of the transatlantic lines.
So there's a fine line to walk between the nationalism that I think is an expression of health and the nationalism that is isolationist and anti-Western at its core.
I want to tell you about a couple of ground rules that we set for this video. When we talk about the AFD's positions, we primarily refer to its most recent manifesto from the European Union elections in 2024. We also refer to the AFD's foundational policy document, the Grundsatzprogramm, from 2016. We'll always flag up what we're quoting from, and of course we'll refer to those interviews that we did with top party leaders. And there's one more thing. We're conscious that the AFD is a highly charged issue for many here in Germany. So we decided to only speak with experts who have no electoral skin in the game. None are German nationals. You see, this isn't merely a fringe party in any country. This is a growing political force in the most powerful nation and the most powerful economy in Western Europe. What happens here matters for the future of the Western Alliance. Let's get started. Ramstein, Germany, one of America's biggest foreign bases. A key center of US power and the whole transatlantic alliance. It's part of a network of US bases in Germany set up in the Cold War. Together they host tens of thousands of US troops. They intertwine with Germany's own bases, one of which houses American nuclear weapons in turn.
State-owned media.
Man, look, dude. I'm not a scholar. I looked for like half an hour to find something more independent on this. I'm gonna stick with this. I literally just want to know about them.
Nexus of Western military power, and the AFD says those nuclear weapons and soldiers need to go. The party's foundational policy document, its Grundsatzprogramm, says this.
The AFD calls for the withdrawal of all Allied troops stationed on German soil, and especially their nuclear weapons.
Alice Weidel is the co-leader of the AFD. We asked her why her party wants to take such a step.
Der Krieg ist sehr nah und dementsprechend wollen wir die volle Souveränität zurückhaben der Bundesrepublik Deutschland und auch mögliche Gefahrenpunkte uns zur Zielscheibe zu machen, sofortig abbauen.
The war Weidel is referring to is Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but this policy was published years before that. It's about something deeper, and it raises questions about Germany's whole future in NATO. NATO was formed out of the ashes of World War II as the victorious Allies split between democracy and communism.
Press and delegates welcome the chief representative of a new member nation, Dr. Konrad Adenauer, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Germany was the front line of that split. The West joined NATO in 1955.
And Western unity was immeasurably strengthened.
Judy Dempsey is Senior Fellow at Carnegie Europe.
This was anchoring in Germany, West Germany, to the post-1945 institutions, and I think it was hugely important.
A week later, the Soviets formed the Warsaw Pact, with East Germany a founding member. This was the framework of the Cold War, a deep, systemic conflict that came to be symbolized by this, the Berlin Wall. West Germany was a crucial member of the Western Club, getting rich and building up a big military, all under US protection, even with American nuclear weapons on its soil. When the Cold War ended, there was talk of the end of history. The threat from Russia seemed to disappear, and German military spending dropped fast. AfD leader Alice Weidel says it fell too far.
Die Sachlage ist so dramatisch, dass die Bundesrepublik Deutschland momentan nicht mal in der Lage wäre, unser Land zu verteidigen.
The freedom to slash military spending was called the peace dividend, and it was partly made possible by continued US protection. More countries decided to join NATO, and bases like Ramstein took on new roles, supporting US and NATO operations far away, like in Afghanistan and Iraq. The AfD sees operations like these as breaking with NATO's remit. The party's foundational policy document we saw just earlier says this.
Membership of NATO corresponds to Germany's foreign policy and security interests as long as NATO limits itself to its task as a defensive alliance.
And skepticism in the party runs deep that NATO is not just about defense. We spoke with Björn Höcke, the AfD's most powerful.
I mean, yeah, they bombed Serbia. They bombed Serbia unprompted. They've already not, like, they've been not strictly defense for years. I'm not making a moral statement on that. I'm just saying facts.
Powerful ideological force in Germany's east.
Spätestens der Jugoslawienkrieg 1999, also der völkerrechtswidrige Angriff der NATO auf das Gebiet des ehemaligen Jugoslawiens.
This guy's insane, dude. This guy looks fucking insane. This is like a skinwalker.
Hat bei mir ein Umdenken eingeleitet.
What Höcke is referring to is NATO's intervention in the Kosovo War, aimed at preventing ethnic cleansing. Russia and China opposed the mission, which went ahead without a mandate from the UN Security Council.
Ich musste dann in den folgenden Jahren beobachten, dass die NATO von einem Defensivbündnis immer weiter in Richtung eines Offensivbündnisses zur Durchsetzung von Macht- und Rohstoffinteressen missbraucht und weiterentwickelt worden ist. Und das ist eine Tendenz, die nicht gut ist. Eine NATO als Defensivbündnis ja, aber nicht als imperialistisches Handwerkszeug.
This is not an isolated view. The AfD's EU election manifesto of 2024 says this.
The geopolitical and economic interests of the US are increasingly diverging from those of Germany and other European states. We reject any dominance of non-European superpowers in European foreign and security policy.
And Alice Weidel says Germany would be safer without US nuclear weapons on its soil than with them.
Ja, absolut. Absolut. Die Interessen der USA innerhalb von Deutschland widersprechen diametral unseren Sicherheitsinteressen.
Let's digest that for just a moment. Alice Weidel is saying that US and German interests are diametrically opposed. And she's underscoring this policy of withdrawing US nuclear weapons. This is both strong rhetoric and dramatic policy.
It would certainly trigger, I think, questions, even doubts about the credibility of the American nuclear deterrent and Germany's commitment to it.
Peter Rao is director of the Center on Europe and Eurasia at the Hudson Institute in Washington, D.C.
Moreover, I think there's probably an assumption embedded in the AfD's proposal that those weapons would go back to the United States. But the United States and, say, Poland are two sovereign countries, and we can easily imagine that the U.S. would redeploy forces further to the east, including potentially adding in new nuclear weapons sharing countries in Central and Eastern Europe.
And sure enough, in Warsaw, US troops and nuclear weapons would be greeted with open arms.
If you don't want them, we'll take them. I'll start with that.
Katarzyna Pisarska is chair of the Warsaw Security Forum.
But talking seriously, I think there's first and foremost a fundamental misunderstanding and also underappreciation how Germany has been able to prosper and flourish thanks to the American security umbrella over the years. The fact that Germany did not have to spend money for its own security, did not have to worry about being invaded by countries, that we could have created a safe European Union, one of the most prosperous areas in the world. And NATO and Article 5 was truly, and I hope still is, the bedrock of European security. This is why countries like Poland and the Baltic states decided to join NATO.
One of those Baltic states is Lithuania, where fears of Russian aggression are growing. That makes this region more focused than ever on NATO's Article 5, the promise that an attack on one member is an attack on all. Germany has now underscored that promise by lining up a major military presence in Lithuania. Backing up Germany's boots on the ground, those American nuclear weapons. But the AfD's foreign policy spokesperson Matthias Morsdorf cast doubt on all of this. He says that in reality, the US would not honor its commitments.
From my understanding, the US government would only acting if the aggression is against the homeland of the US and not Europe.
So you don't believe in America's commitment to Article 5 in Europe?
Not in the case of a nuclear answer of any aggression.
Wait, I'm still confused why. Okay, I understand that the Trump and Musk and Vance are pro China, pro Putin, right? I don't understand if the AfD openly thinks the U.S. wouldn't defend an attack on NATO countries, or if they think that, I'm still missing the point on why Elon Musk, is Elon Musk just stupid and he's just doesn't understand their whole, he just sees oh look, it's German mega, they want to kick the immigrants out and bring back German culture, German right populists. Is that all he's seeing? And he's oh, this is dope. He's just running with it, but he actually doesn't know anything about them. This Trump wants it in NATO. Yeah, I know. Fuck, dude. Shit just moves so fast now. I can't even get enough information to form an opinion without the information changing.
From outside.
That's the thing with Article 5. It's never been truly tested.
Today, the question is whether the Americans will want to continue to provide this security. This is the real issue. And if they step down, as I understand, would want to, who's going to fill that void? Who's going to fill that void? Is that going to be Germany filling in that void? Or will we see actually other powers like Russia, like China?
Funny coincidence, they all like Russia.
Yeah, I know exactly. Pizza man, exactly.
China.
NATO leaders always insist they will defend every inch of its members' territory.
Sometimes we do beat our chest in the West and talk about the inviolability of Article 5. The real rubber hits the road moment is in extremis, if such a contingency takes place. Would the United States, would Germany be prepared to fight their way into the Baltic states if, say, Putin managed to quickly suborn one of those countries, set up an anti-access area denial bubble, and threaten a nuclear counterstrike if the US and NATO fought their way in? That is not an easy contingency to think through, and I think we should be sober about it. But if we begin to sow doubts about Article 5 at the very beginning, then I think that only emboldens and encourages the likelihood of such an intervention.
So what about those German troops in Lithuania, such a clear demonstration of Article 5? Would the AfD stand by the guarantees that they represent?
If Russia did take some kind of hostile action towards the Baltic states, Germany is committed under Article 5 to step in. Do you think it should, or do you think that would be against Germany's interest?
I think it should not, but of course it's contracted. Yeah?
He sounds less than wholehearted there, and the fear from Germany's eastern neighbours is that the AfD would leave them hanging.
All this is extremely worrying. We read this as, on the one side, trying to undermine our trust in whether the Americans will actually deliver on Article 5, which is existential for the.
Musk is in debt to his eyeballs to the same money laundering transactional criminals that Russia and Saudi Arabia roll with. Wall Street can't have Musk or Trump. Europe needs to take care of itself. We can't just outsource our security to America, effectively becoming puppets of the U.S. Macron was right all along. That's why you got to slot max. Wait, are Poland... Because Poland is taking a pretty far-right anti-immigrant shift, right? They always have been. They always have been. There's that interview with, I don't know who, someone in the Polish government. There's that interview where they're the anchor's wait, are you saying you're proud of the fact that that you haven't taken any immigrants? And then the guy is yes, of course. He's yes, of course we're proud of that fact. It's what we want. We don't want any immigrants. So are Poland's right wing and Germany's right wing misaligned on this issue? Does anyone? Yeah, can I get a euro? Can I get a euro cell in the chat to explain right-wing Polish and German relationships, please? Poland knows that without NATO, they can't stop Russia, at least not without great costs like Ukraine. They're also socially conservative Eurosceptics, but they are serious about resisting Russian aggression. Yeah. That's what I've gotten. Polish people hate Germans. Man, I'm Polish. Yeah. No, I mean, Poland's obviously extremely anti-Russia. Poland isn't insane enough to be pro-Russia no matter what. Man, the U.S. right's got to pick their fucking alliances correctly. They can't have it both ways. They can't have AfD and they can't have Poland. Come on. Ridiculous.
The security of the Baltic states, Poland, and the entire Central Europe. The AfDs also are undermining our country's trust in Germany as a reliable ally and a reliable partner. And these kind of statements very clearly favor one party in Europe, and that is Russia.
We put these fears to Alice Weidel.
Ich habe vollstes Verständnis für die Haltung Polens und der baltischen Staaten. Das ist auch historisch begründet. Also Polen wurde nicht nur einmal überrannt. Und dementsprechend ist das Sicherheitsinteresse auch dieser Länder absolut verständlich. Auf der anderen Seite glaube ich, dass Putin niemals ein Interesse haben könnte, dort freiwillig einzumarschieren. Warum sollte er? Dafür liegt überhaupt kein Grund vor. Das sagt er auch explizit selbst.
But those who know Putin well are not so sure. Alexander Gabuyev heads the Carnegie Russia-Eurasia Center in Berlin.
If Vladimir Putin, a couple of years down the road, wakes up one day and believes that he has the strongest army in Europe, that he stands next to the Baltics, and if he enters the Baltic, nobody will risk a nuclear exchange with Russia, and that will show that Article 5 is futile, and that will lead to rearrangement of the European security architecture because NATO will fall apart. So if Putin thinks that one day and gives marching orders to his general, will there be anybody in the Situation Room in the Kremlin who will say, Mr. President, that's a crazy idea, we will definitely not follow your order? The answer is no.
It's an alarming scenario of where Vladimir Putin could be heading next. Alexander Gabuyev says that to prevent it happening, the West would have to invest much more in NATO's eastern flank.
I think that it's a very high impact but low probability scenario for now. But the longer Europe doesn't invest into deterrence capabilities, focusing on the Baltic states, Finland, and like all of the countries that are on the eastern flank, first and foremost, the tail risk of this scenario actually materializing is increasing.
Okay, let's take a minute. We've heard a lot about what the AfD doesn't like. Its deep criticism of the US and its skepticism about NATO. So does that mean that it wants to leave NATO? We put that question to Alice Weidel. And despite all of those criticisms, she said no.
Es macht absolut Sinn, dass Deutschland Mitglied in der NATO ist.
And that's in line with public opinion in Germany. Instead of calling for leaving NATO, Weidel talks about strengthening its European arm, referring to ideas expressed by French President Emmanuel Macron.
Ich hatte sehr stark dafür plädiert, die europäische Sicherheitsarchitektur zu stärken. Darin sind natürlich alle europäischen Staaten enthalten und sollen an einem Strang ziehen, da unsere Sicherheitsinteressen andere sind als die der USA.
But Weidel goes much further than Macron, with outright condemnation of the United States.
Die gesamte globale Sicherheitspolitik der USA ist doch ein Modell, was wirklich von gestern ist und nur noch Konflikte zeitigt. Ich halte das für einen absolut falschen Weg.
So what does the AfD want to do about defense? Well, there are pointers in the 2024 EU election manifesto. It talks about establishing a European defense community and achieving military and strategic autonomy. We asked Matthias Mosdorf to explain.
Let's look in the perspective of the next 10 to 15 years. I expect that we can go forward with much more sovereign architecture of an own security understanding in Europe. You know that we want a Europe much more focused on national states. And of course, they can do agreements. Probably we need one agreement in the case of security.
The manifesto goes on.
The AfD rejects a European army and is committed to a fully capable Bundeswehr as the cornerstone of German sovereignty. With strong armed forces of its own, Germany can be put in a position to replace the US forces on German soil in the medium term.
And how strong would Germany's military have to be to achieve this? Would it even need nuclear weapons? Alice Weidel told us that military spending would need to be above the NATO target of 2% of GDP, but she didn't specify how much. And she categorically ruled out nuclear weapons.
Dass in Deutschland sowohl Atomwaffen stationiert sind oder für Atomwaffen ertüchtigt werden sollte, steht für uns und für mich persönlich außer Frage. Auf keinen Fall.
But other figures in the party seem much more open to the idea.
At the end of this way, we have to talk about, do we want to develop nuclear weapons in Germany as well? Because it's the last question of a list of very long questions in a row.
Wären Sie auch für eigene Atomwaffen, für eine eigene Entwicklung von Atomwaffen in Deutschland oder in Europa?
Also das ist sicherlich eine Frage, die diskutiert werden muss, gerade wenn man eine europäische Verteidigungsgemeinschaft auf dem Schirm hat. Und langfristig brauchen wir in Europa tatsächlich so eine Möglichkeit. Ja.
So it's clear what the AfD is against. US influence, US nuclear weapons on its soil, US troops on its soil, the US projecting its power through Germany. But the plans for what would fill that gap leave many questions unanswered. Would Germany stay in NATO? What would a European defense community look like? Who would be in it? Would it have guarantees like Article 5? Who would have nuclear weapons? In capitals like Warsaw, this is deeply unnerving.
Thank you, Gabriel.
I cannot talk about other security guarantees for the European security
It's gotta be 1.5 times speed. I gotta. It's the only way I can take things in.
architecture, not knowing who would be behind them, whether Germany, and of course with its weak military abilities, with its lack really of military experience even, I don't know how Germany could substitute the United States of America in Europe, and especially in our region, yes, in our region, Central Europe, that is directly threatened by Russia, and that can truly ponder an invasion of Russia into the Baltic states, but maybe even in the future into Poland.
Others also warn of anything that falls short of NATO.
That would be an ideal opening for Russia, and that would be very much Europe that Russia would want to see, where Russia would be able, as the largest outside security presence and a very large economy next door, also interconnected to Europe from various ways, provided with an opening to be much more influential in Europe, build coalitions, build clubs inside, and really be the towering force inside European continent.
The shadow of Vladimir Putin looms over all this. As we see in part 2, he has a crucial interest in all these debates. And potentially, this man does too.
This is juicy. I'm really enjoying this. I'm really quite enjoying this. This is juicy.
It's June 2024. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Berlin. He speaks to the packed-out parliament, thanking Germany for its help in the fight against Russia's invasion. But some seats are empty. This is where the AfD lawmakers usually sit. Only 4 of them showed up out of 77. The rest staged a boycott. We spoke to one of them.
We were afraid that this would be a show to ask even for more money and so forth.
It was a clear rejection of the role that Berlin has played in supporting Ukraine. After the US, Germany is the second biggest provider of weapons and funding to Ukraine, and trains Ukrainian soldiers on German soil. Berlin argues this is both the right thing to do and critical to European security. That's been a profound break with a long-standing German policy of not shipping weapons into war zones. In the past, it's been the left that's pushed hardest against this, but now the AfD is making the issue its own.
Das, was gerade in der Ukraine gemacht wird, ist eine Aggressionspolitik und hat mit Verteidigung wenig zu tun.
The AfD's European election manifesto calls for a total change of course, pivoting to policies that would please Vladimir Putin.
Weapon supplies to war zones do not serve peace in Europe. Restoring uninterrupted trade with Russia requires the immediate lifting of economic sanctions against Russia.
These are definitely the Kremlin's talking points. I don't think that AfD necessarily adopts them because the Kremlin tells them or they read that, but they genuinely believe that Ukraine is outside of the tent. Germany has benefited enormously through its economic cooperation, and that sending weapons to Ukraine is just a big burden on the taxpayers. Like, why do that?
Underlying this is the view in the AfD that while Putin's invasion of Ukraine is undeniably illegal, his motivations were understandable.
Der russische Angriff ist absolut völkerrechtswidrig, das steht hier außer Frage. Nur die Sache ist ja jetzt die, wie löst man das? Russland hat sehr genau gesagt, wo die roten Linien liegen, und zwar in der Aufnahme der Ukraine in die NATO. Russland hat ein Interesse daran, weil Russland eine 1300 Kilometer lange Grenze zur Ukraine hat, dass die Ukraine in einer Neutralität verbleibt, sozusagen als Sicherheitspuffer dient. Und diese Interessen wurden sträflich ignoriert über 20 Jahre, als der NATO-Bereich immer weiter ostwärts verschoben wurde und eben gegen vitale Sicherheitsinteressen von Russland verstoßen hat.
It's a narrative that Germany's eastern neighbors angrily reject.
It is not about the fear of NATO. If it were the fear of NATO, then we would have a huge army, Russian army, on the Finnish-Russian border. And actually, since Finland joined NATO last year, the Russians withdrew from the Finnish border. So if they think that NATO is such a threat, why are they withdrawing from borders with NATO countries? Maybe because they know that Finland will not attack Russia. Maybe they know that Poland and the Baltic states will not attack Russia.
But Alice Weidel says she believes that NATO and Russia are on collision course.
Deutschland muss sich vor allen Dingen für Friedensverhandlungen einsetzen. Um es hier auch ganz klar zu sagen, ich habe die größte Sorge, dass dieser Krieg eskaliert. Der hat so ein hohes Eskalationspotenzial. Und ich habe das Gefühl, dass von der europäischen Führung als auch von den Amerikanern nicht im geringsten, nicht mal im Ansatz die Gefahrenlage hier verstanden wird, wann die rote Linie für Russland eigentlich mit den ganzen Waffenlieferungen, mit Soldatenausbildung, mit der finanziellen Ausreichung, dann mit der Ausreichung von Panzern, dann noch von Raketen, wann die rote Linie überschritten wird.
Experts do acknowledge these risks.
I think the threat of escalation is very real, and I think here the AfD leadership is onto something that is getting more dangerous. I think I would disagree that the West is blind to that. I think that the people I'm talking to are fully aware of that and are just trying to calibrate support for Ukraine without providing more dangerous incidents and keep the channels of communication open to the Russian.
but there's skepticism that negotiations anytime soon can produce a lasting peace.
The thing is that the Russians believe that time is on Russia's side. As long as Vladimir Putin believes that more time will deliver him more gains and his leverage will be stronger, there will be no interest to seek in a peace that's durable.
For Weidel, the key is finding a new relationship with Russia, even including it in ideas for the future, like those we heard about in part 1.
Ich glaube, dass Russland in sämtliche europäische Architekturen perspektivisch eingebaut werden sollte, damit solche Störfälle nicht mehr passieren. Das ist völlig klar.
But for Warsaw and capitals across Europe, Putin's Russia has ruled itself out as a constructive partner.
People who believe that you can include this regime into discussions about the European security architecture are completely delusional. In December 2021, so not even 2 months before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russia proposed its security guarantees, the vision of its European security architecture. And the vision was very clear. Move away troops, NATO troops from Poland, from the Baltic states. So basically already telling us what to do, telling Ukraine to be completely neutral. What Russia wanted is that Ukraine could not join the European Union, and having a kind of concert of nations, of the big nations like Germany, France, and the US, and deciding how to divide Europe. This is for Europe unacceptable. We have lived through that history. This is past history, and countries like my own will not agree that somebody else will decide on our security. We've been there. We've done that for 30 years ago. We will not repeat that.
There are more signals that the AfD tilts towards Russia's view of the world. Let's zoom in on one example.
We call for adhering to the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of states by other powers and non-state actors.
Now, this is where China comes in. This idea of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other countries sounds a lot like talking points that you hear from Beijing.
China would welcome hearing that from a major German political party. This is very much aligned with China's understanding of the world.
Amanda Xiao is senior analyst for China at the International Crisis Group.
It does not want Western governments to be looking closely at how it handles its affairs internally, whether that's related to the way it treats minorities on its peripheries in Tibet and Xinjiang, or in Hong Kong, or in Taiwan, which it also considers to be a part of its internal affairs.
Taiwan is the most sensitive issue right now between China and the West. The West sees Taiwan as a thriving democratic society whose people have the right to decide their own future. For Beijing, that's nonsense. It sees Taiwan as part of the People's Republic of China and nobody else's business. We asked Alice Weidel what she thought.
Ich glaube, was für die Bundesrepublik Deutschland gilt, dass wir dort überhaupt gar nichts zu suchen haben. Es liegt nicht in unserem Interesse, uns dort einzumischen. Darum sagen wir ganz klar, wir mischen uns nicht in die Angelegenheiten anderer Länder ein. Ich glaube, dass der Volksrepublik China Raum eingeräumt werden sollte, diesen Konflikt mit Taiwan selbst zu lösen und zu einer sehr, sehr guten Lösung zu kommen, im gegenseitigen Einvernehmen.
The problem is, China's vast power means experts see little hope of such mutual consent.
I think Taipei would say it's not possible to reach a mutual and equitable agreement with China on the dispute if the two sides were completely left to their own, because really Beijing has become increasingly aggressive in its approach. That's been the trend.
Okay, I feel like I've seen enough of that. That's what I want. That's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to cover. I wanted to find the Russia connection. I don't understand the incentive from Americans to cater toward Russian talking points. I'm missing that. I'm missing that point. Unless it's just, I'm assuming there's an incentive. I'm assuming there's a conspiracy. But maybe it is just the fact that they see the East-West divide as the biggest potential cataclysm for a global conflict, and then to mitigate that is their priority by any means necessary. Does that sound right? Because I don't understand why. I don't understand why the U.S., like why Trump's presidency and why MAGA doesn't want the U.S. to continue to be a global hegemonic power, and why they are aligning with a party in Germany that believes the exact same thing. You think their pro-Putin stuff is just to be contrarian? I mean, I could believe that their being pro-Ukraine is like a Democratic Party talking point and a liberal talking point, so they're just sort of not liberal. This is what JJ, or I guess Destiny JJ, a lot of the big anti-Trump political people would say, is that MAGA doesn't believe in anything, right? They're just not the Democratic Party. And they're just yeah, I guess that would make sense, but that's not juicy enough, you know? That's not a tangible enough connection. You want to believe there's some incentive, or the incentive could just be that, or the reason, not the incentive, the reason could be is that so much Russian disinformation has been spread in the West that the MAGA party is basically just propped up, and their entire ideology is built on Russian disinformation at this point, which I would believe. There's that crazy video that guy who makes fucking guitar pedals posted about like the uptick in Russian bot traffic during the run up to the 2024 election. I find that's a very, very fascinating video. I've watched it on stream before, but I don't know if I can find it. I think if you just look up like Russian bots, there's a channel. The channel has like 400K subs, something like that. You could find it's such a good video. There's no materialist explanation for MAGA positions. They are just a nihilistic oppositional party with no beliefs of their own. Yeah, I mean, look, it's built into the phrase "Make America Great Again." There's no it's a process, right? There's no belief. There's no belief. There's no call to action in the sense of like a tangible goal in that phrase. Like great again. Great is nebulous, and it's like the party's ethos is built on a process, but it's not built on a solution or an end goal, right? And the end goal is sort of what, like, having actual positions and standing for something would be necessitated by having an end goal, but it's not an end goal. Like, there's nothing there. It's just the opposition to democratic politics. It's in the American interest to weaken the European Union and with it, the biggest consumer market competing with the American market. The AfD would withdraw Germany from the globalist EU. They also never defined again. Yeah, fair enough. There's a bit of a combo of things, but the contrarian is a piece. The Russian disinformation is a piece. Cultural factors are a piece as well. 2 subs. 2 subs are on the back. Piece as well. Republicans are culturally in conflict with a lot of the EU. Yeah. Post-hoc calculations here. When was America great? What time period specifically? Yeah, that's what I mean, thinking back to like Trump's 2015 campaign, he was like talking a lot about, I mean, yeah, like very classic like 1960 or like 1950s American industrialization and like industrial production. So like everyone has a job, everyone has a house, you know, that kind of like that cozy 1950s version of America. That was sort of his like imagery he used in the signaling from his 2018, which is what the phrase comes from. But at this point, the phrase just, it doesn't mean anything. It's just there's no solution. There's nothing like semantically. There's no end in Make America Great Again. I mean, JJ talks about this a lot too. It's really fascinating. Of like, these people don't know what to do once they've fixed their problems. Like their ideology is based off of the fixing of an issue, but there's no goal. There's no after plan once their issues are fixed. Long story short, Fred Trump was mobbed up by Genevieve's family in New York City. Giuliani rolled up the mafia. Russian mafia took over and inherited Trump organization, compromised Donald Trump with debt dollars. America was great when you could smoke on airplanes. Hell yeah, brother. America was great when the wealth tax was 90% back in the 50s and 60s. My end goal is to return to imperium, at least for Mexican people, for America. Let it decay into warring states. I have no interest in it. Yeah, the Second World War to the end of the Cold War. I don't know. I feel like I've learned. I feel like I got a good base of the AfD right now, because it seems like, yeah, they're very far right. I mean, the biggest issue here isn't the anti. It's so annoying, where I wish people would pick the right thing to dogpile on a party about, right? To just say that, oh, the AfD is bad because they're anti-immigrant and that's fascist. Like, that doesn't paint a convincing picture for most people are anti-immigration, or most people are anti open borders, right? Most people are pro hegemony in the countries that are like their actual homelands of the people of the ethnicity they are part of, right? So it's not a convincing argument to say that this party is bad because it's anti-immigration. It is a convincing argument to say they're bad because they're pro-Russia and they're anti-NATO and they're anti-U.S. hegemony and they're anti-defense and they're anti-intervention. That's a much more convincing argument, right? I mean, that's what's resonating with me at least. But I don't know. The left is so bad at picking the right problem. Right? When you see like, I don't know. There's this divide in. The divide in like mainstream liberal media versus like alternative liberal media, where like that's an alternative liberal media talking point, or like an alternative left wing talking point. Is like, you know, that's why they're bad. I don't know. It's just not convincing. No, most people don't know what NATO is or why it exists. TBH. CDU is anti-immigration also, but people hate AFD because of the Nazi dog whistling. In other words, for most people, their positions almost seem rational or normal. Yeah. Exactly, they clearly state their intentions, and yet it's not extensively clear they are evil. When you demonize them and enforce that demonization, it sends people their way. Yeah, absolutely, of course. I mean, this is a great video. Why is it being? Let's read the comments. The problem is people spend more time condemning the opposition instead of working towards correcting those policies that's attracting the majority of people to it. The music isn't dramatic enough, so I'm not 100% sure what DW News wants you to think. The spooky music really shows how unbiased you are. Far right equals protecting your borders, protecting workers, not replacing your people and not fighting needless foreign wars. Common sense. Don't blame the AFD or people who voted for it. 100% blame on the existing parties in power and bureaucrats who failed time and time and again, ignored the masses, which created space and pushed people to vote for a new so-called populist party. Unless this is recognized and acknowledged, included by mainstream media, this trend will continue. Yeah, at least, I mean, look, we're in a great shift right now. Like left-wing politics is in a great shift right now where people are finally, you know what, go watch any of Josh's Doom Scroll episodes, but his one with Will Medicare is really good. His one with Quinn Slobodian, yeah, his one with Quinn Slobodian is really good as well. Of just like, you know, there's finally a space of people being like, okay, what do we need to fix? Like, we obviously, we can't just keep, like, calling people fucking racist and expecting that people aren't going to like them because we called them racist, right? There has to be a solution here. So, I don't know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to see, like, the answer is so clear to me. And no one is following it except for alternative left-wing media right now. Anyway, man. Fuck it, way she goes. I've got Der Decline of the West. I do feel like a smart cookie for predicting the pendulum swinging back to the right a year or two ago. I remember in university, when I was more conservative too, I was talking about, like, this is going to, the lunacy, the peak lunacy of the woke left, you know, like 2018. The pendulum was due to swing so far back in a way that we couldn't ever imagine. And it's where we're at right now. I mean, you saw at the Super Bowl, it shows Trump and there's no boos, right? That's 100,000 people in that stadium in New Orleans, and there's not a single boo when it shows Trump, right? It's pretty ubiquitous. Like, it seems like the average American just loves Trump in a way that I don't think anybody on the center left predicted correctly. They just never thought it could get as bad as it is, but here we are, right? I wish Trump was younger so he could be a dictator for life. Honestly, I think, man-made horrors. Honestly, I think this is only the beginning. It's only going to get swing farther. I say this as a liberal. Oh, man, I agree. I agree 100%. I like Sam Harris's podcast after the election where he said basically this: the left needs to move away from hardcore id poll if they want to gain back support. Yeah, dude, Sam's always on it, man. I can't. Sam's said some dumb shit in the past. I wouldn't even say dumb shit. He said shit that he knew optically wouldn't go over well, and he kept saying it. He kept doubling down on stupid things getting clipped out of context and dying on weird hills, and that's frustrating. But I've been a Sam Harris guy for a long time, and Sam's always been pretty based. Removing boobs from games brought upon the collapse of the entire left. Seriously, brother. What's up next? Greed coin. Okay, I was gonna do Canadian annexation, but I'd much rather do a dive here into some meme coin stuff. I want to end this stream. We got about an hour left. These people aren't conservatives; they're nihilists. Yeah, 100%. One sec. Let me change my title again. Here we go. The greed coin. I love changing my title. When I realized I could just change my title for whatever I'm talking about on stream, blew my mind, opened my whole world up. Abhorrent. Is abhorrent with 2 R's or 1 R? Fuck, how do you spell it? Fuck, dude, I'm so dumb. One R. 1B, oh, okay. Damn it, limited space. The fact that Donnie did a crypto scam and everybody forgot is too funny. Old Donnie T, man. You can't beat. You can never underestimate old Donnie T. Great coin. Greed coin price. The Express Tribune. Greed coin. I don't want the price of greed coin. I want the news. Here we go. This is so funny. Actually, no, I'm going to preface this. I'm going to preface this part of the stream. Oh, Ren 24. Oh, God bless you, Oki. Oki's a fucking animal, dude. He's lost like so much weight. He's training for a marathon. Fucking insane. I swear to God, like when I first met this guy, I think he's lost like 80 pounds since I've met him. And he's like, goes to the gym 6 days a week and he's training for a marathon. Ran 24 kilometers. Guy's a fucking dude. Guy's unstoppable. Dave Portnoy. Yeah. So I have to preface this whole bit with a video from Dave Portnoy. If I can find, how old is this?
Max, congrats. Thank you, Dave.
Okay, that's pretty recent. Is it this one here? No. This one.
All right, so I'm gonna make a video on this shitcoin world, which
okay, please pay close attention to this. Okay, this is so fascinating. Gonna preface the greed coin thing with this video. It's basically Dave realizing that he can concentrate human attention for profit. I saw this. I was like flabbergasted. I don't know. I might have shown this on a stream before, but I think we gotta watch this again.
All right, so I'm gonna make a video on this shitcoin world, which I've never had shitcoin, never knew how to get into shitcoins. I understand what a shitcoin is. It's like the rocket game on DK. Like, how much are you gonna press till the rocket explodes? There's a million of these coins, a million of them. I finally, Austin, my guy, taught me how to get in. If I tweet about a coin, and I did it twice today, it was the that reality show coin, Montoya. I bought that, tweeted that I bought it, thing went up. Then I sold it. I did Josh Allen MVP, same thing. Tweeted, hey, I'm buying this, I'm gonna sell it. I turned like 10 grand total into like 75 grand. I don't even know how, like it happened so fast. I know if I just sat and did this, and you wait longer, sometimes you don't. I don't even know what I'm doing with my life. Like, I feel as though I could sit here and make millions just trading shit coins. Do you go to jail for this? Can I not do this? I think it's legal. I don't understand. This is totally different than me doing my own coin, which I won't rug pull or anything. This is just being a trader. Like, Davey day trade. Have I been just trading the wrong stuff? Should I be trading shit coins and be like, you know, I'm in this to make money, just like the next guy. So when I do it, you follow my wallet. And it's like, how long do you hold on to the rocket ship? Wow.
Yes. So, Dave Portnoy, this is on February 7th, 2025, gets into meme coins, okay? Gets into meme coins. And he, after this, launches his own coin. And he says it expressly, I'm in this to make money. And fair enough. I think there's this expectation. This is what's so funny about the meme coin thing. I think it's sort of like in the book club, right? We read Bullshit Jobs. And one of the key things that he says in how a bullshit job operates is that you can never state the obvious, right? When you work at a job that is purposeless, you're not expected to say, hey, my job is purposeless. You have to wear the mask, right? And this is what's funny about meme coins, is that nobody, unless you're like absolutely fucking like room temperature IQ, knuckle dragging mouth breather, man, nobody believes anybody is in this to not win over other people. That is the point of meme coins. The point of them is to pump them and then dump them in any way necessary. They're valueless objects of human attention concentrated into power. But you can't state it. You can't state that. You have to advertise your meme coin and be like, hey, look at this new project. This is fun. It's called fucking shit butt coin. It's exciting, you know. Yeah, you have to. Like Hawkcoin was the same thing, right? Oh, Hawkcoin, it's this great way for Haley's community of people who are uneducated normies in crypto to connect with each other and build a great community around Haley Welch. Of course, that's not the fucking point. That's never the fucking point. The point's to make a bunch of money and rug pull your audience. It's fine, okay? No one is out of the loop on that. But you can't state it, okay? And Dave Portnoy's big issue here is that he stated it. He stated it out loud. He said what everyone's thinking with Greed Coin, right? So Dave Portnoy, the founder of Barstool Sports, has drawn criticism after his rapid-fire involvement with the meme coin Greed. Just hours after launching the token, Portnoy allegedly sold his entire stake, crashed the price by 99%, and then promptly introduced Greed 2. Portnoy created Greed on Tuesday evening, described it as a reflection of the extreme greed of the meme coin world. At the time, he held over 35% of the token supply, equivalent to almost 358 million, according to data tracked by Look On Chain. Portnoy then liquidated all his holdings in one single transaction. The sale netted him approximately $258,000. These are quotes from his Twitter. There are lots of people in the meme coin world who try to act like they're the moral authority when all they want to do is dump on you and make easy money. The entire ecosystem is greed and nothing else. Go dump on each other peasants, and don't complain to me if you lose money. You're all greedy, at least admit it, he added. I won't screw you, but the next guy to me may. This collectible token commemorates that. Don't risk more than you can afford. Don't cry if you lose. This is the world you created. That's beautiful. That's so fascinating. Like, he's just explicitly stating it. Never explicitly stated. The Nazis knew this. That's why they used all this coded language. Never state your intentions. What is that? That's like a law of power. What law of power is never state your intentions? You spelled abhorrent wrong. Oh, it is 2 R's? God fucking damn it. I knew there was 2 letters in there. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving me from the retard allegations, the midwit allegations. 100% of gambling and meme coin addicts quit right before their big break. True. Don't forget it. Gecko terminal data shows Greed's valuation surged past 47 million before the swift crash to around 3 million at press time. After Greed, Portnoy announced the launch of a new token called Greed 2. He currently holds 268 million worth of these tokens, which accounts for approximately 27% of its total supply. Portnoy's involvement with the Libra token. Yeah, so this is the token that Javier Milei pumped and dumped. Portnoy has been in the spotlight following the collapse of Libra token, which was initially backed by Argentine President Javier Milei. According to Portnoy's statements on X Space, he received 6 million in Libra tokens from Kelsier Ventures CEO Hayden Davis for promotional purposes. He later returned the tokens after being asked not to disclose the arrangement. Look On Chain data reveals a wallet possibly linked to Portnoy invested over 5 million in Libra after Milei's tweet, lost 5.3 million, and then received a 5 million payment from the Libra team. Someone knew in advance that Libra was going to be launched, but bought too late, losing 26,000 SOL. However, this guy appears to have been compensated with 5 million. Let's dive into this. So that's the look on chain story there. The controversy follows another recent incident where Portnoy mistakenly invested nearly 170,000 into a fake Libra token instead of the meme coin associated with Argentine President Javier Milei. That error caused the token's price to surge over 3,000, though the low liquidity meant selling would result in a major loss. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Let's go into... Let's see if CoffeeZilla has a whole thing on this. I feel like he does. Oh, look, it's me. What's that? It's CoffeeZilla. Insane. Not over. Crypto bull market's not over. Fucking Jesus Christ. I hope... See this right here? See this? I hope his head explodes. I hope his head... you know that like episode of Rick and Morty where they just like... Or no, the episode of Family Guy where they stab Quagmire with the virus that's never been discovered and he just explodes. That's what I want to happen to that guy. Jesus Christ. How do you have like how do you look at how do you put that in your thumbnail or do that? Imagine like showing a woman your YouTube channel and that's your thumbnail and you're like, this is what I do. Pi coin prediction, can Pi get back to $1? Ridiculous. Bitcoin Fear and Greed Index, Greed Coin. Let's go. Dave Portnoy. Greed. Let's see if there's a thing on this. It's a stream, crypto news. Is there nothing on this yet? I'm surprised there's nothing on this. I don't know why I'm like following Investing is for Idiots, Adam22 pumps and dumps his hand. Fuck it, dude. Adam22 is a fucking demon. I swear to God. Hawk2 is back. Now, videos. The Libra interview. I got scanned by Enron. Investing is for Idiots. Pumps and dumps his fans. I mean, I guess there's not really much more, right? You just have Dave Portnoy's a cuck demon. Yeah, no, good point. You just have Dave Portnoy's foray into meme coins, and of course it immediately collapses. Did he pull Greed 2 yet? Who is Dave Portnoy, the controversial figure? What? Here we go. Let's see what this MSN story says. He is pure coom and goon. Oh, that guy dude. Thinking about Adam22 disgusts me. And also, he has cringy millennial vibes as too. You see the way he like talks about sex. Anyway, like any of the videos where like any time where he talks about sex, he has like this weird, like he's a porn star, but he has this gross like millennial immaturity to the concept of sex, where he's like, you know, we were doing our thing. She was on riding my dick, and like laughs about it. He's like, oh, we were doing our stuff, right? Like, that's the way he fucking says it, dude. That guy is fucking disgusting person. Not even like morally, what he looks like. He's like the face of the Antichrist for me. Who the hell is Adam22? He had a podcast called No Jumper, where he just interviews fucking rappers, and they're all fucking stupid. And then he had this other thing where he would like interview porn stars and then fuck them. It's just like, dude, that like saying that sentence, I don't know, something so like disgusting about it. Just like sends a shiver down my spine. Dave Portnoy doubled down on his meme coin launching Greed, another high risk meme. Portnoy sniped a big portion of the supply early on, while traders later posted deep losses. Dave Portnoy goes to war against the meme community. The influence of Portnoy was seen as one of the main factors for drawing investors to jail still in Libra. Some proposed to send the tokens to zero, though at this point Portnoy had already locked in early gains. Portnoy went on to launch Greed 2, another high-risk token, which also performed a 10x upward move, followed by a crash. The token came with a high-risk warning, but memes are often sniped by automated bots, leaving each new launch with baseline liquidity. In less than 8 hours, Greed 2 was already in 9,550 identified Solana wallets, and then was sniped and sold, with the top wheel gaining over $280,000. Fuck me, dude. This is gooning. This is goon logic. My new video, it's coming in like 2 days. The goonification of everything, man. Goon logic. It's all goon logic. You'll understand. You'll get it. Both tokens were tied to Portnoy's identity from the beginning, but still attracted traders despite the risk. This time around, the launches did not get the same hype as Jailstool. Portnoy himself did not claim to remain a long-term holder or support the asset's cult status. Instead, the launches relied on the overall isolation of meme tokens, where contagion did not spread to the rest of the market. However, the serial launches happened at a time when the crypto community is sobering up from the meme token casino, especially from the launches that have insider holders. Portnoy did not end up launching cult tokens with long-term holders. Even for Jailstool, he only stated he would hold until the assets hit 1 billion market capitalization. At that point, Portnoy went in and crashed the market. I've literally only said I will not sell one coin. That coin is Jailstool until it hits 1 billion market cap. Everything else I've said I can sell. I've warned people, told them not to buy. I don't cash out. I'm 600k in the red. Yet people call me a scammer. This league. The new launches arrived at a time when Solana had the healthiest volumes and was considered the all-star of bull cycle. However, the effect of Portnoy and his connections to Libra promoter Hayden Davis were among the factors that broke down the interest in the new Solana meme coins. Previously, whales and snipers did similar rug pulls, but the high-profile influencers led to deeper losses. The serial launches by Portnoy have invited claims of deliberate scams, despite the disclaimers and warnings about meme tokens. The influencer has received many calls to leave the meme space and stop shilling assets. What is the point of this fucking space if it's not shilling assets? I'm so confused. New Pump.Fund launches are slowing down and under 40k daily launches. Despite this, the market sees over 200,000 daily active wallets looking for the next big break. Both Pump.Fund and direct launches on DEXs allow for Cabal-controlled tokens. In the past, traders have attempted to make gains on Cabal-controlled assets, but Portnoy's actions were too fast and an illiquid market, immediately erasing value. I want to see like just pop into the Javier Milei coin as well. Javier Milei's crypto stunt wiped out $250 million in trader losses overnight. The Argentine president endorsed a Solana-based meme coin Libra on Friday, pushing its value to $4.5 billion before it collapsed, according to a research note from Nansen today. 86% of all traders who invested in Libra lost money, while a handful of insiders walked away with $180 million in profits. On-chain data from 15,000 wallets analyzed by Nansen's Nikolai Sondergaard revealed that a small group of traders had inside access, dumping their holdings while the general public got wrecked. We see very tangible on-chain evidence showing a group of insiders unilaterally profiting off the masses who got involved. Sondergaard said in the report, the losses, the timing, and the involvement of the government figures have triggered what is now the biggest political scandal of Javier's presidency. Javier's Libra promotion directed users to a website that claimed the token would raise funds for struggling businesses in Argentina. Within minutes, trading bots and snipers automated systems designed to front-run new tokens began skipping up liquidity. FOMO kicked in and thousands of traders rushed to buy. The market cap hit $4.5 billion in hours before most investors could react. The price plummeted 80%. By the time traders realized what was happening, Javier had already deleted his post. He later claimed he was not aware of the details of the project and distanced himself from the token, but blockchain data told a different story. What started with a presidential endorsement and $4.5 billion valuation quickly unraveled as insiders took profits, retail got burned, and key backers distanced themselves, Nansen reports. Solana also took a hit as its native token lost 20% of its value, and the total value locked TVL across the network dropped from $12.1 billion to $8.29 billion. According to DeFi Llama, data cited by Nansen, investors dumped holdings featuring Libra's collapse could trigger a wider sell-off across the network. Good. Fuck this shit. Jesus Christ. I hope this whole thing comes down. I hope every goddamn person loses money. Meanwhile, as the scandal escalated, Hayden Davis, the guy who deployed Libra, had some text messages of his leaked, where he was bragging about paying Karina Javier, the president's sister, to control Javier's decisions. What the fuck? What is this? Jesus Christ. Hayden Davis claimed he controlled Javier Milei by paying his sister Karina Milei and said Milei signed off on whatever he wanted. Hayden and his firms made $100 million from the Libra pump and dump, while investors lost billions. Javier denied any wrongdoing, saying he only shared Libra because he believed in it and acted in good faith. Let me show you these leaked messages here. He called him the N-word. I control that N-word, Davis claimed in text messages from mid-December, adding, I send money to his sister and he signs whatever I say and does what I want. That's fucking sick. Crazy as shit. Oh my god. That's hilarious. CoinDesk obtained the text messages from a source close to the situation who asked not to be identified following the publication of this article. Michael Padavano, a spokesperson for Davis, told CoinDesk that Davis does not recall sending such message and has no record of his phone sending it. The statement continued as follows. Recent media reports claiming I played President Javier Milei or his sister Karina Milei to launch the Libra meme coin are completely false. I've never made any payments to them, nor do they request any. Their only concern was ensuring proceeds from Libra would benefit Argentina's people and economy. That's fucking hilarious. I mean, I guess you could fake this. That's awesome. Fuck, okay. Karina, who holds the title of General Secretary of Argentina, had allegedly met with local crypto consultant Mauricio Novelli, who later introduced Javier to key figures involved in Libra. While Hayden denied that he paid the Mileis and said the messages were faked, he admitted in Barstool Sports interview that he profited from the launch and was now looking for ways to make things right. Meanwhile, Argentine assets were in freefall, bonds underperformed emerging market peers, and stocks plunged 6% before bouncing back the next day. The government's inability to control the fallout only fueled more chaos. Javier's attempt to distance himself from Hayden fell apart Monday night when Todo Noticias accidentally aired a hot mic moment. During an interview, journalist Jonathan Vale allowed Javier's advisor, Santiago Caputo, to interrupt and omit key questions, exposing what appeared to be an orchestrated effort to control the narrative. The clip went viral instantly, making it impossible for Javier to dismiss the controversy. Hayden doubled down, claiming that he met Javier multiple times in Buenos Aires and had been working with the president on crypto-related tokenization projects. Javier's closest circle has been scrambling while Karina avoided the press entirely, despite being one of the most powerful figures in the administration. Karina is not only Javier's top advisor and strategist, she's also his gatekeeper. Talk to Kerry is one of the most common phrases tossed around the president's circle when it comes to accessing the man himself. When reflecting on his takeaway from the meme coin debacle, Javier cited the level of access to both himself and his sister. What do you think? All my taxpayer dollars to go straight to Goon. Yeah, Trump coin, Goon coin. Yeah, launch it. That's so funny. That's so funny. So, what's funnier here too is that Kanye West started beefing with Dave Portnoy. Let's see, let me open another Twitter page here. Where's Kanye? Where's Kanye? Yay. What? Top. Where is he? Latest. People. What the fuck? Where's Ye? Parody. East Kanye. Yay, not affiliated with Kanye West. AF Post. Did you delete this Twitter? Why can't I... Dude, Twitter search is useless. Okay, so... I need my own blockchain. Okay, we gotta go back here. We gotta... Oh my god, did he delete a bunch of tweets? Posts.
Yo.
What's up, brother?
Not much. Would you like food? We're going to Thai room.
You're going to Thai room? Oh man, I'm really full.
Okay, alright, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, what you guys been fucking chatting about?
I went over, what did I look at? I watched a bunch of Elon Musk stuff.
Tight.
And then went on, I looked into the AFD. The Alternative for Germany party.
Oh, is this the one that Musk was pushing?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Which is interesting because they're anti-US hegemony. They're like anti-NATO and they want America off of Germany's soil. And like they want all the nuclear missiles gone and all the military bases gone.
Yeah, that's wild. I'm surprised Musk would be for that or whatever.
Yeah, I mean they're very like just pro-Russia.
Are they like Nazi adjacent or whatever? Like I remember because obviously people saying that on Twitter doesn't really mean that much, but like how far right are they or whatever?
They're like very anti-immigration. But the scarier part is they're like super. They're very like explicitly pro-Russia and like anti-NATO.
Yeah, I get you. Being pro-Russia, yeah, that is scary in Germany, I imagine.
Yeah, but they I don't know. Besides that, they're like loosely. There's a few of them that are like have been associated with farther right parties.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're just anti. Like I couldn't find anything besides them being anti-immigration.
Yeah.
To say they're far right, which is like I don't know. Join the fucking rest of the world on that.
True.
So, anyway.
Okay. All right. We'll be back in like about an hour.
Dope. See you then.
Yeah.
Okay, he mass deleted. Oh, fuck, he deleted all his tweets, man. This is so sad. He deleted all of his tweets. What happened? I'm sorry to anybody I didn't know. I didn't sign an autograph for that picture. Fuck, this is so hard to explain then. If he deleted his tweets. They go. This is so funny though. Fuck, this is a great. Here we go. Can I find the video? Okay, so Kanye went after Dave Portnoy over he's wearing a swastika shirt. Oh my god, man. Fuck! Jesus Christ. Yeah, so he went after Portnoy for rug pulling his audience, and then he had all these really funny tweets where he kept tweeting at like meme coins and being like, wait, what's that meme coin? He's like, what is I've never heard of Solana, like being super ironic.
So
I can't take this video seriously, dude. Fuck me.
Dave Portnoy, I don't know you. I saw you was tweeting. I have no idea who you are. We was going back and forth joking, but when you start talking about telling people that my coin is not real and you're trying to play with my money, now that's the last time that we're gonna be talking online.
Fuck. Dave Portnoy. Fucking Jesus Christ, but here we are. So, rumor is Kanye may be launching a scam meme coin and morons will buy it. Staples will get rich. Normal people will get crushed. People will cry. I fear I was the only honest man to ever exist in celeb coins. Hashtag greed 3. Dave completely innocuously tweeted out a warning to all who had listened that Kanye's scam meme coin was on the way. Kanye, or whoever is actually running his account now, quickly responded. Dave further collaborated. There is a 0.0 shot. Hail Kanye is running his account, and the scammer is playing the rug. But if you can send Kanye West a message, tell him that me and Taylor said go fuck himself. So anyways, talking about the previous meltdown Kanye had. Nobody really gave a fucking pay attention. So, dropped 7 million shitty commercial, blah, blah, blah. Fast forward. And like the artist do it. Yeah, he allegedly sold his posting rights on his X account to Bark Meta ahead of his crypto launch for $20 million, with his manager John Monopoly taking 15% fee. Yeah, he sold his X account to crypto scammers. She tell me the guy who rugged Metalux and then slow rugged DeFi apes for 22,000 ETH, launched network token, raised 1 million and rugged it, pulled. Wait, so is this guy saying that this guy runs Kanye's account now? Just bought Kanye West's account for $17 million to launch a token, and you're thinking of buying it. At this point, you're not getting scammed. You're volunteering. Yeah, fair enough. Exactly. Jesus fucking Christ. Wake up. Fake Kanye began going at Dave on Twitter and now deleted tweets. Okay, so this is Kanye sold his Kanye sold his Twitter account to a meme coin scanner that started beef with Dave Portnoy. Come in your whole boardroom. I'm just a one-man media company. Only broke boys rug pull. What's Barstool? You mean rug pull Dave? Dave Portnoy versus Kanye. He then posted and took down this video with his stupid fucking titanium grill and pretending he doesn't know who Dave is. Okay, so that's the video we just watched. Sounds just like Kanye for the record. I have the flu and already took NyQuil before fake Kanye started tweeting at me, so I'm about to fall asleep. I thought Adam Sandler accused him of being a Nazi. Either way, I fucking hate this guy so much. I don't even care. He appears to have been taken hostage. And that's where things ended. But let the record show Dave was way out ahead of publicly hating on Kanye West. It's from a couple years ago. Yeah, so now Dave and Kanye are in beef. And these are recent posts from Dave here. So this is where this has ended. This is the current state of meme coins, I guess. Is the fucking Kanye goddamn West sold his account for 17 million. How I don't understand how people support these people. I don't get it. I don't understand how these people have fans. I'm like, am I missing something? I'm stupid, right? Like I'm like an antisocial nutcase. If I'm missing, I'm not understanding what's going on. Fuck me. Is that Bark Meta, aka @TallData, is a known scammer and scumbag of the industry. Bark Meta owns the crypto tweets you're seeing from Ye, apparently not from him. There's still time for this deal to get cleaned up before his fans lose a lot of money, and Ye damages his positive/ethical business reputation. Oh, America first. Gee, why, like, I don't understand what the incentive is, or why it is viable for America first to publicly support Kanye West. Like, I'm nuts, right? Like, I'm stupid. And now this tweet makes sense. Jesus Christ. I'm fucking dumb, right? Yeah, I'm just stupid. I'm just stupid. Yeah, anyway, I mean, look, at the end of the day, America First was proven to be a Russian bot, I thought. Is it not run by Nick Fuentes? Or it's I thought it was like a Fuentes affiliate. America First HQ. Where's the AF? I can never find shit. You can't look up shit on Twitter anymore. It's a useless goddamn website. I'm probably, if I scroll for 2 seconds, I'll find America First. Anyway. Yeah. No, at least that was the claim. No, I don't think Nick Fuentes was getting top from Destiny, but I would be amazing. I don't think I wish that story was so real. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So this is where we're at. This is where the world's at. Elon Musk is an absolute fucking moron who supports a party that is a Russian mouthpiece and wants to dismantle globalism in the EU. And Dave Portnoy is beefing with fake Kanye West over meme coin drama. And yeah, the world's collapsing. That's it. Sorry guys, that's where we're at. I got nothing to say. I got nothing important to say, guys. After that, it's just what a depressing state of fucking affairs. Anyway, I'm gonna go till 10. Throw some super chats at me if you want to ask some questions. Glad to see you're getting it now, man. I always got it. Don't worry, I always got it. Yeah, throw some supers at me if you want me to check anything out or answer some questions. I got about another half an hour here before I go. 4 hours is my limit. I'm only 20. Why does the world have to fall apart when it's my turn? Dude, don't get me started, man. Don't get me started on feeling like you've missed out on something big. That image of the world you were born in no longer exists. Just rings more true every year. Really like watch. I don't want to do luxury watches right now, guys. Just so you know, guys. When I get my bag, and I will get my bag, when my bag comes, I'm buying a fucking Rolex. Actually, no, I'd probably do a Speed. I really like Speedmasters. Big fan of Speedmasters and Seamasters. But yeah, don't get angry at me. I'm not the anti-capitalist guy. I'm the midwit critical theory, dissect symbolism and Gen Z culture guy. I'm not the anti-capitalism guy. They took my $1 hamburgers away. Just remember, nothing ever happens. If you want to get your bag, just do what JJ does times 10. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think there was a point where I wasn't, like, I'm okay with streaming. It's a good way to support what I want to do, right? At the end of the day, you need to fund shit. I'm looking like wide. I've been hitting a lot of fucking buys and shoulder. I feel like my shoulders are fucking popping through the shirt. Ooh, I'm looking fucking wide. God damn, look at that. Look at that. Look, there's no definition there. But there's a cap. There's a cap for sure. Yeah, streaming is, I don't know, it's sloppy. I think there's like, as a content creator, there's some bargains you need to make. And you have to figure out kind of what you're willing to do and what you're not willing to do in order to make this viable. I want to make, I'm a writer, right? I'm a writer. I'm a cultural analysis. It's what I do. I want to research. I want to write. It's what I spend most of my time doing. I don't want to edit. And I want to make great, dope, long-form videos. When I watch like what H Bomber Guy does, or ContraPoints does, or Defunctland, dropping these really, really well done, well thought out, basically like the Zoomer equivalent of books, right? If I could do one giant video a year that would basically act as like a academic work, like properly cited, something you could source as proper knowledge. If there was a way to get YouTube videos peer-reviewed, where you could watch a YouTube video and then cite the knowledge in the video as canonical knowledge, that'd be amazing. I wish there was a system for that. Maybe there is a system. I'm just not knowing. But like, I just like define giant. Yeah, like 3 hour, like 3, 4 hour, 5 hour, like documentary travel, deep dives into topics, just like unprecedented. I love that shit, man. It's what's really fulfilling. Streaming at the end of the day is just a way to, get there. Like I need to fund this shit, and I drop like at my best, dude, I'm like every 2.5 weeks, and it's not sustainable in a way that I can be fully self-sufficient. Just write a book and make that. That's what I do. Like ideally, I would love to, like, one of my future projects is writing a book, like having a proper book, and then releasing that book as a full produced video essay. I think that's the way to. Books are archaic. Like book sales don't do well. This over-reliance and obsession with books as the be-all end-all form of knowledge consumption, I think, is just completely archaic. It's completely old world. We don't need to do that. If I can take a book and I can turn it into an entertaining, well-edited, produced video essay and get it funded to get a team to work on it, that's a much better outcome than having a fucking book. Who wants to sit down and read a fucking book or listen to an audiobook? Come on. Like, books are kind of cool sometimes. Why don't you cover some Canadian art masterpieces, like a whole documentary? That'd be amazing. YouTube wouldn't be the place for that. That's why books last longer. That's why I would do a book and a video. Like the physical book would exist and get reprinted, but the video would be the launch would be the video, the impact and the lasting legacy would be the book. But that's the way it needs to be done. And if I did something on something I'm very passionate about, I wouldn't do it through YouTube. I would get it funded, or I would do it independently. Because like Andrew Callahan released This Place Rules, and he had to jump through like 5 hoops of studios to get that fucking thing out. And he just released Dear Kelly independently. It's the highest grossing independent release of a documentary since Kony 2012, right? So we're looking at it's the highest grossing independent documentary in the last decade. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. There's still a space for that. It's great. It's so great. But I don't know, streaming. I don't know. I've gone back and forth on it on streaming. Me and Tom talked about it a bit too, because I think Tom's taking a step back from streaming. Because it's a very cancerous space. You're broadcasting so much of yourself. Like if I'm streaming 12 hours a week, totally. That's 12 hours of me yapping. I'm bound to say shit I disagree with. I'm bound to be not as eloquent as I could be if I'm thinking about what I say. I'm bound to just have takes for the sake of having takes. That's the system. That's the game you're playing. I just think you have to understand that is the game you're playing. If you don't understand that, you're going to have a bad time. I'm totally prepared for, like this stream is going to get cut up into 3 clips. The clips are going to be posted. I'm totally prepared to be ripped apart for some dumb shit I said because I'm like reacting to stuff, right? That's the way it goes. That's the necessity of that's the bargain you make when you stream. It's totally fine. I don't feel like I learned as much as I'm watching a video. Yeah, no, again, like that's why. Look, here's my argument, right? Let's say plagiarism in YouTube gets released as a book, okay? That video is 35 million views. If that was released as just a book, which is a book length amount of knowledge, right? That would be if that were a book, that would be like a 150-page book, something like that, right? To orate for 4 hours. I feel like you're looking around that time. If H Bomber guy thought like I'm gonna release this as a book and not a video and self-published it, even with his size of audience, you're looking at. I don't think you understand how bad books do, right? Like 7 to 10 books a year break 100,000 sales. Or sorry, no, it might. I believe it's 7 to 10 break 1 million sales. I believe like 35 books a year break 100,000 sales, right? Even with an audience of his size, I don't think he's going to, get mass success from a book. If that video gets 35 million views, okay, and let's say that 34 million of those views were in the background while someone's doing their fucking dishes, they're not paying attention, that's still 1 million views of like engaged audience, or even 500,000 views of the 35 million being like an engaged viewer, kind of listening and chewing on what the video has to say. That is still a wider distribution of the knowledge in that video than it would be in a book format. So you can't argue. I don't see a good argument for like trying to. Every academic, every thinker, every writer, every creator wants to be an author, and it's because we've always wanted to be authors. It's what you do. You learn things, you do research, you gather your thoughts, you release a book. That's been how academia has worked since the fucking inventing of the printing press. It's just a different world now, and that's totally fine. I want to engage with the new world. I want to engage. And same thing, if I release a book, like with a channel my size, if I release a 5-hour video, and I get 100, 120, 200,000 views on that video, that's dope. That's way, way, way more engagement and way more engagement with those ideas than I would if I released a book. If I released a book, no matter how much I advertise that book or pump the book, I'm looking at, dude, an audience of my size, like I'd be lucky if I broke 1,000 sales. So that's the way it goes. Books are a tiny market. 30% is audio, but I don't think the medium is more impactful in the individuals for change. You need to do both. I really like the idea of like, I think that any contemporary author in that space, like Alex O'Connor, somebody like that, should do dual releases as YouTube videos. If Alex O'Connor released a book and then also did a video essay, the ideas would be engaged with 20-fold than if it was just a book. But yeah, I don't know. Dude, if you want to write a book, make a video essay. I'm gonna die on that hill. It's a great medium. It's a great medium. If you want success, and honestly, if you want to fund your shit, if you want independent success as an author, make a video essay. Make a fucking video essay. And also the video essay meta, the length, right? YouTube, one, people don't think about this. There's a twofold benefit to making a long form video essay. The first one is the algorithmic success is based on audience retention and total view time, right? So my last video had a low click-through rate. My click-through rate on my last video had the gray arrow going down. Like it was clicked on less by most of my audience than any of my other videos, okay? But because the watch time was so high, it still kept getting pumped, even though the click-through rate was down. And that video still, my last video has like been consistently getting like 10,000 views a day, or like 8,000 views a day, something like that, which is really good for me because the watch time is so high, because the length is high. The other thing is that if you release let's say a 2-hour long video, right? Imagine the marketing of the thumbnail. The timestamp is part of that marketing in the thumbnail, right? So when you see like the Russia-Ukraine war explained and the video is 8 minutes long, it's probably not going to be a good source of knowledge. If that video is 2.5 hours long, and also it's like well produced. Like the production on it isn't amateurish. It's like it reads like a proper piece of information, and it's cited in the description. That's way more appealing to an audience, right? So the timestamp is part of the thumbnail. I'd say as a creator, either do like 8 to 10 minutes is great because people just throw that on. They'll watch the whole thing. 8 to 10 minutes is fine, and then like upwards of half an hour. But the in between, I feel like that 15 to like 25 minute zone of video length is a little annoying. It's not long enough to like put on and sit down. And it's not short enough to just like watch it and then watch something else. So there's you really want you need to know what window you're gonna be in. Like my next video is gonna be like 9 minutes, but it comes out in 3 days. I need to get something out. My video after that will be like an hour long. 14-hour Bionicle lore videos, a selling point. Yeah, there's a video I've watched like 4 times. I watched it to fall asleep called Brief Retrospective on Oblivion, and it's like 11 hours long. It's a great video. I was surprised how well high-quality long-form content performs on YouTube. Yeah, it should. I mean, people put it on, they sit down, they eat, they watch it like a movie, they put it on in the background, they listen to it like a podcast. It's a great medium. It's a great medium. I suggest anybody in the chat right now who is interested in getting into YouTube and they have that writing skill, that research skill, and the editing skills, do a long-form video. You'll find success. I've seen plenty of creators whose first video is a well-produced, well-researched, hour-long video on something, and it's gotten like 1 million views. It's their first video. Listenability must be considered. Yeah, that's a good point too. I feel like there's 2 ways you can approach this as well. I like to think about it as the CJ the X approach, and then maybe the real life lore approach, where the real life he talks a bit slower, and it's very, very information heavy, and it's like just fact going on the whole time. Where CJ is like fast talking, tangents, really, really dopaminergic, which I think is what I try to like. I am not in my everyday life a slow, articulate person when I talk. I talk very, very fast. I ramble. I go on tangents. I go on huge side notes. And that's sort of what I try to emphasize in my videos. That's what I try to get on. No, 30 minutes is still, yeah, I go for like the 40 plus. Once you're into like someone would comfortably put it on their television, sit down and watch the whole thing, or someone would listen to it in the background on their commute. Like it needs to be that perfect length, like 40 and up, where they're going to be able to like enjoy it in one sitting without being like kind of bored. Like the 25 minute mark kind of fucks that up. How's everyone else doing? We're down to what are we at? What are you thinking? Anybody got some? Throw a chat at me. I'll look something up. I'll go to a website. On your behalf, pick the topic. We got 20 minutes left. I have to use the bathroom so bad, man. Phone bad. There we go, Frasierus. Phone bad. Couldn't have said it better myself. Phone bad, but important. You ever think about that one, Frasierus? You ever consider that? You ever consider that the phone might be important, Frasierus? You ever think about the other angle? You ever think about the negation, Frasierus, that it might be important? Oh my god. I do not have a car. If I did need a phone for Uber, I wouldn't have one. Yeah, I'm too deep into like I need to be on Twitter. I need to react to shit. That's my bread and butter. That's my next video is I'm gonna look at man. I'm gonna look at this watch. You won me over. Man-made horrors. You got me with the watch shit. I love watches. Yeah, like I have to engage with Twitter. My last video was literally inspired by a tweet that I saw. Like multiple tweets. Like there's stuff like that in the space I'm in the work I do, I need to engage with. And I wouldn't like to if there's a world where like I would never, if I was some like tech dude or in a space that didn't involve social media as heavily, I would be off the grid. You wouldn't know who I am. But it's the game I'm playing, and again, you have to accept the terms of the game you play. Don't ever go into the game not knowing the rules. Oh, I have seen these. I have seen these with the little globe in them. That's super fucking cool. Oh, and the moon? Oh, that's so cool. First in-house developed movement. Oh, it's an in-house? That's sick. What's the, is it Swiss? What's the brand here? Swiss made, 43 millimeters is too big. I'm saying too big for me. Like, I'm gonna fucking drop 13K on a watch right now. Chinese. All Chinese. Fascinating. Fascinating. Ruby micro-bearing chain. For the first time, the ruby-bearing micro-chain mechanical system is utilized, differing from traditional fusee chains. While similar in size, this micro-chain is driven by 2 skeletonized gears to power the 12-hour numerical scroll, displaying the hours in a unique and innovative way. Yeah, wait, how do you read it? Minute, hour. Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh! Oh, there's a 24... Oh, that's so sick. Hour and then 24 hour. Power reserve. Building on Bahrain's pioneering Earth Moon mechanical operation system, the upgraded Earth Moon 2.0 offers even greater precision with a rotation cycle of 27.3 days. It closely mirrors the actual celestial motion cycle of 27.32166 days. Oh, wow. Unlike traditional hands that move in circular motion, the retrograde minute hand resets instantly at the starting point. That's so sick. Crystal display. Fuck. Transparent case back. Power reserve display on the case back. Oh my god. That's fuck, dude. I'm so into this. 1 of 200 exclusive packaging, warranty, service. Yo, that's fucking fat. These are a little too... That's cool. That's a little too gaudy for me. This is sick. I don't know. Maybe I gotta see more. I'm not too... I like a loud watch, but I don't like this kind of loud. This is a little too gaudy for me. Like Richard Milles I don't like. I like loud colors, but... The earth thing is cool. That's fat. Those are sick. Cool. Yeah, that's super cool. Some of these look like Elon Musk Gothic Mega Hat accessories. I would do, let's go, probably, I feel like maybe, I'll see where I'm at the end of the year. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I can pull this out of my ass. Reduced. Yeah, I need to reduce. My wrists are small. Some of the Speedmasters are like 43, 44. That's way too big on me. The 39 would fit great. But these are really clean. The reduced size ones, they're like 4K Canadian used. I'd probably grab one of these. That's just a very clean. Like I love the classic Speedmaster look. Very, very cool. I don't really like, there's no Rolex I'm like truly in love with. And I wouldn't want to buy something just because it'd be cool to own a Rolex. It seems like a dumb reason to buy a watch. I understand like the sign value of the Rolex, but these are cool. I mean, Omega Speedmasters, like they're pretty analogous. I'll show you what I have on right now. If you've ever asked, recommend not expensive but still classy watch. This is what I have on my wrist right now, the Seiko SSK. The thing with Seikos, first and foremost, it says 625 Canadian. You never pay retail for a Seiko. There's tons of deals you can get. Even like if you go to a jeweler, like I paid $450 for mine. I was like, "What's your best price?" And he's like, "It was like $500." I'm like, "What's your best price?" He's like $450. I'm like, "Okay, cool, knew it." Like they always. I don't know why. There's like weird kind of like bulk deals or like authorized dealer deals you can get, but yeah, that's not the price. The price is always like $100 or $200 cheaper. Yeah, but this Seiko SSK, it's a full. Let's see if I can find the one I have on. Yeah, this is what I'm wearing right now. Yeah, no. So it's a GMT. It's a automatic watch first of all. So it's winds itself. And it has movement from Seiko. It's a GMT functionality as well. So see that gold hand there? That gold hand tracks a separate time zone, and the bezel on the outside rotates. So like this tracks in a 24-hour time zone, right? So on the main hand, it's like it's almost 4 o'clock. Or sorry, it's almost it's 10 past 10 on the main hand. But then the gold hand, it's reading, it's 10 past 10 a.m. And then the bezel here, wherever the bezel is pointing, it also points to the thing. So it tracks 3 time zones. Like, you don't really use it, but it's cool to have a GMT complication in a watch this cheap. There's an exhibition case back, so you can see the movement spinning around inside. So I'll just take mine off here. Yeah, no, it's just like a clean. Making the light there. Yeah, like the dial's really nice. The green on green's really cool. Make that bigger. You can see the case back there, so you can see the. Do you see the counterweight rotating in there? That's what's winding the watch as you wear it, so you don't have to wind it. Yeah, they're just sick watches. If you want to go cheaper too, grab a. That's the GMT, the SSK, the SKX. The regular. SKX. No, what am I thinking of here? SPRK, not SPRK. SKX. Why can I not find here? Yeah, these here. SPRK. Is that what I'm thinking of? SKX Sport Watch. No, that's the SSK. Yeah, there's the non-GMT one. Sorry. There we go. There's the non-GMT one as well. There's a bunch of different models in. If you want to go even cheaper, you can grab these for like $250 sometimes. And same thing, automatic, like full stainless steel bracelet, glass crystal, or sapphire crystal. Yeah, dope fucking watches. In defense of the poor image, no, I have not read that. Google fucking shop. I don't want to go Google shopping. I was talking to Tom about this today. But bartending is it's an interesting position to be in because like where I've bartended at a nice place, like a cocktail bar where it's like a skill, right? It's not like serving, it's not like regular like front of house or like service industry. It still is, but I find I'm treated with a lot more respect and a lot more like admiration, right? Like it's like being a chef, right? There's a skill to it. There's a like a sous chef or like a head chef, right? There's a skill to it. There's a really, really high skill ceiling. It's a craft, it's a trade. There's a mutual respect there. And when people sit down at the bar, right? I run into people who are like, some of the wealthiest individuals in Toronto, come and chat, right? And like they walk in and you just end up like noticing, like you end up witnessing luxury culture from this weird like bird's eye view perspective. So I don't know, watches. I literally picked up on watches because I would meet guys every day who have like Audemars Piguet, Richard Mille, Rolexes, Patek Philippe's. You just run into them and you end up seeing like what different watches say about people, the value of different watches, like why people make those certain decisions, and I don't know, you get into it peripherally. So that's sort of how I ended up there, but it's fun. It's cool. I'm not gonna read this on stream because I'm coming up on my time here. Your charisma is cracked. It does the bar. The industry helps that. If anyone here is like, highly recommend this. I've gone on this rant many times before, but if anyone in the stream right now is like 20, 21, around that age, and sort of listless, just looking for they don't really know who they are yet. When you're like 19, 20, you're finding out who you are. You're finding out your place in the world. You're finding out how you engage with the world. Like, you're sort of reinventing yourself like every 6 months, right? If you just want to kickstart that and you want to figure out how to socialize, how to be charismatic, how to talk with people, how to tell stories, how to be the center of attention, like how to be like a person that people like being around as a personality, get into bartending. Go to a nice restaurant, or serving as well. I think when you're that young, as you get older, people like respect you less as you serve, right? That's a woman or like a young man's position. Like, no one wants to be served by a 30-year-old guy, you know? But if you're 20, right? You're 20, you're serving at a restaurant. Like, it makes sense. Yeah, go to a restaurant. Go to a nice restaurant. Bullshit your way into a serving position. It's not hard. And you'll literally go from being antisocial to like extremely if you can gamify it, if you can figure out like how to improve on just like socializing because your job requires it of you, you can totally jumpstart your personality, jumpstart your soul searching if you can just kind of get in a position where you have to be charismatic, talk to people, be personable. It's I don't know. I don't think I would be anywhere where I am today without having had so much time in the industry. I highly recommend it. It's great money. You meet great people. It will totally, if you're introverted, if you don't have a lot of friends, if you don't do a lot, you don't go out a lot, and you think you're kind of antisocial or kind of awkward, you'll fucking be a different man in 6 months if you go into the service industry. It's a great, seriously, I don't know. If you're 19, 20, go do it. It's a great way to figure out who you are. And also, I don't know, we're closing up here. If you new to the stream, join the Discord. I feel like that's where I announce all my streams. And link below. Join the book club if you're interested in doing some reading with some people. We're doing Status and Culture by W. David Marks this month. Fantastic book. Basically posits how all culture in society is created by the desire for status and status-seeking behavior. Very, very interesting. Lots of examples. That's in the Patreon, $5 a month minimum. You can pay whatever you want, obviously, above that. And yeah, I have tons of interviews there. I have tons of, I have like exclusive essays. I try to do like my ad-free videos I post there. I'm trying to work on like longer form stuff for the Patreon, but I just don't have a lot of time. It's really hard to like do a YouTube video at the fucking like crazy and frequent rate I do YouTube videos. And then also get something out for Patreon. Like, I still have to edit all my own shit. Yeah, if there's any, I don't know, you want to throw some money at me, if there's any super chats coming in. Any big questions you got before I sign off? And if not, I'm gonna be back Tuesday night. I'm just trying to stream more. Trying to get stuff for the Clips channel. And yeah, start that. Get that going, get that launched. I was doing clips before, but yeah, I gotta do like clips or slop. It's fucking stream highlights. Like, I gotta get out. I should be posting like daily, if not like 9-10 times a week, on the Clips channel. It's a numbers game. It's a quantity game. It's about like generating that passive income. If I'm posting like 10 clips a week, right, at an hour clip, if those clips are getting like 2,000 views and I'm monetized, if I'm getting like, 10,000 views a day on like an hour or an hour and a half of footage, ideally, which isn't a lot, you're looking at like 1,000 a week, maybe, right? Like, it's like, that's the kind of shit, like, it's what you have to do if you're a YouTuber and you're just trying to find a way to like get that consistent, because AdSense is so unreliable. If you're a video essay, like academic YouTuber who's like really inconsistent, that's how you got to do it. You got to get it done. You got to figure it out, man. Life ain't fucking free. There's this thing called money, and you got to fucking, you got to make it. That's life. If you don't like that, I don't know, go live in the fucking woods. This is the world we live in. I'm not going to be a curmudgeon and complain about having to make slop. It's the way it goes. That's fucking life, man. Anyway, yeah, okay. I'm going to close it off. Thank you, as always, for watching the stream. It's always a pleasure. I'm going to be back Tuesday evening. I like this format of just doing like 4 topics or 3 topics, hour each. Gives you some time to engage with stuff, learn stuff. So that's going to be the format going forward. Yeah, Tuesday night. I'll probably do Friday night as well. Try to do like 2 or 3 times a week. Yeah, I'll see you then, Tuesday night. Thank you for watching. Join the Discord, like the stream, subscribe if you're not subscribed. God bless your souls.